I was going down from the mountain, just in awe at what just happened to me. And the voice comes. He says, my son, go get our bike.
That's right. This guy is crying as he recounts Jesus telling him to go buy a new BMW motorcycle.
So come forth, step into your destiny now, saith the Lord.
Love the stick, right? That is a badass fucking stick.
I want to say this. If you're one of those and you're saying that the prophets are wrong and that you're right, would you do me a favor? Would you go on video and go on record? Put your hand on your Bible.
I'm on video and record. Okay, I'm down. Let's do this shit. I didn't own a Bible. I had to buy one specially for this occasion.
Our president is legitimate, and his name is Donald Trump. I'm just going to say it.
Oh my God. Please. This is the cringiest shit ever. Chem Panda, is Kat Kerr wearing the Star Trek badge because she's a total space cadet? Oh my God, she is wearing some kind of a badge that looks like the Star Trek badge. Holy shit, dude, I didn't even notice. Her outfit is camouflage and says Commander Cat on it. No fucking joke.
I pray for this man. Lord, I pray you take the smell of smoke, the disappointment, the bitterness, the anger, the feeling of betrayal and loss. It must be a terrible thing, Lord, to actually feel as though you've been stolen an election.
This guy is literally praying over a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump in January 2022, a year after the dude left office.
And I'm praying now also. I'm seeing something great happen with the fellow whose show is right before mine on Saturday, Steve Bannon. I see God doing a work in him. I want you guys to pray.
Nobody was beat on like that, like our president, for 4 years. Nobody.
Nobody? Not one person? I mean, have you read about 1940s Germany? Do you know anything about that?
And God only endorses what he legally sets up that we put our agreement to.
Okay, so this whole time I've been thinking that God could just snap his fingers and make Trump president just like that, but now I understand that God needed to come down to earth to campaign for Donald Trump if he wanted him to win. That's my mistake.
BLM is demons! And you tell him I said so.
Okay, I will. I don't think anybody in Black Lives Matter gives a shit if you think they're demons.
But I'm asking you, Lord. I'm asking. I just found a flag here. I didn't know.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're looking around at your stuff while you're saying a prayer. What is wrong with you? Get back to God. He's waiting. He had a golden fucking statue built of himself. A golden statue. How much more on the nose can it get? That is some weird shit. But saying something that's racist means you will most likely face social consequences for that. That's just what it is. I'm sorry, this is not funny. This is sad. This is really sad. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. So, I don't know if you guys heard, but as of this moment, Kevin McCarthy has been kicked out as Speaker of the House. Now, I don't normally cover things that are, like, so fresh and fleeting because it's not going to hold up in, like, a week and a half, 2 weeks. But I'll edit this maybe later today, and I'll release it. Or, yeah, maybe I'll edit it later today. I'll release it over the course of the next day or two. This is pretty big news. Kevin McCarthy. You know what? I'll give his legacy as, like, we get into it. Anyway, welcome. Just checking through, making sure everything's working well and everything's good. You guys can hear me. I'm at work about to bathe a Pomeranian. Wow, that sounds like fun. You know what's most fun about that? The fact that you can listen to things while you do your work. I worked at Walgreens for a while. And my boss had, even though I'm just stocking shelves, my boss had a problem with me having, like, an AirPod or headphone of any sort in. Like, go fuck yourself. Why do you care if I have a headphone jack in or you know, a little headphone thing in? Not even interacting with customers. Like, come on. It was the absolute fucking worst. I'm not sure why anybody cares. I love listening to your live show while working. Okay. That's cool. I'm glad. I'm glad you like that. I appreciate it. Interested what consequences will be and whether that will aid in shifting the party further right. Yeah, I'm interested in that too. We just got some news this morning too. Donald Trump said that he would be willing to take the speakership to save the Republican Party. So there's that. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let me give a little intro here. Pretty big news. Kevin McCarthy was removed from his speakership. Now, this isn't like brand new news, but Sean Hannity is talking about Donald Trump running for the speakership. Now, all Trump would need is like a few Republicans, basically every Republican. He'd need every Republican to vote him in. So that's going to be an interesting one. This is Gene Bailey on screen. If you're unfamiliar, he's a far-right extremist, a Trump supporter to the core. And he's about to give us a rundown of everything that happened with the speaker vote and everything else. Generally speaking, I think I can trust his news reporting will have a far-right bias. So go into that with that information. All right, let's listen to Gene Bailey, see what he has to say about this situation. Again, remember, he is a Trump supporter to the core. That is his main mission, making Trump... He believes Trump is God, basically. He believes he's a messiah, and he's going to spark Armageddon once he gets into political power again. So, we'll see how that goes. All right. Let's listen to this, and while we do, we're going to play some Breath of the Wild 2, just kind of going around doing whatever, so. Oops, shit, I forgot. I'm sorry. Hang on, let me fix my audio outputs. Second, okay. Got it?
News from the House floor.
Okay, no, step back. Uh-oh, am I being... Oh, shit, I am. I'm being attacked. I didn't even know there was a guy there. I am so... obnoxiously powerful that I'm basically unkillable by... Well, I can be killed, but I kill everything in like 3 hits because I've gone so far and I've gotten so powerful in this game so far. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Gene Bailey, and you are watching Flashpoint. We're glad you're with us tonight. Tonight's one of those programs you need to go share it. A lot of stuff happening in the news today. Go share this on all your social media.
I'd say so.
Help get the word out. Flashpoint is about to talk about the events of the day, leading primarily with what happened with Speaker McCarthy. For that,
I can't even believe they got a video out so quickly on this subject. Like, they never cover... I think they put one out specially for this event. Because they released one... Let's see. September 28th. Yeah, I think they're like a day early or something. But this is such a massive shakeup for Trump world. And, of course, you know, they are Trump world. They follow Trump world like a hawk. So, it's a big deal.
Events of the day, leading primarily with what happened with Speaker McCarthy. For that, let's go to Mike Garofalo with the news.
I don't know why they always have this dude, quote unquote, reporting the news. It's all biased to shit, of course. There's no like objectivity to be found anywhere on this show at all. But I don't know. All right, let's keep listening.
Gene, we have breaking news from the House floor. By a 216 to 210 count, members voted this afternoon.
Yeah, there was 6 vote difference.
to vacate the Speaker's office, meaning Kevin McCarthy is no longer Speaker of the House. It's the first time this has ever happened in U.S. history. The vote took place after Florida's Matt Gaetz' move on Monday evening to follow through on his threat to remove Speaker McCarthy after this past weekend's short-term budget deal.
I rise to give notice of my...
Give a little bit of context to what was happening politically leading up to this. There was a vote on increasing the debt limit. Now, this is a standard thing that we do as a government, like every so often, I don't even know, every year, every 4 years, 2 years, I'm not sure how often, but every single time it comes up, if the Republicans are in power, they use it as a political football. Now, let me tell you why I don't care about the debt limit being raised. Because that money is already promised out. You know when we should have had these negotiations and discussions? When we were writing the budgets. We already said, yes, okay, we will give this much money to these people and this much money to that, and the FBI gets this, and, you know, all the other stuff. The military gets that, whatever. We already promised all that out. The time to negotiate was then. If you didn't want to spend that money, you should have negotiated then. But every time Republicans are in power, they use it as a political football, raising the debt limit. Like, we're not legally allowed to go above, I don't know, $30,000 or $30 trillion or something as a debt right now, or whatever it is. I don't even remember what it is now. Even though going above that limit right now that exists involves paying for the things that Donald Trump, for example, promised out already like 5 years ago. Now, Donald Trump's stuff may have already been paid. I don't know. Or accounted for anyways. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I'm worried about the debt. But as a ratio of debt to GDP, it's not as concerning as it sounds, A. And B, we owe all that money to ourselves. We don't owe it to, like, a foreign government that could call it in and cause problems for us. I think we owe, I don't know, maybe China has bought more since I looked at these numbers. Last I checked, we owed China like $1 trillion. We owe Saudi Arabia like $1 trillion. And a couple of other places, some amounts. But by and large, this money is owed, quote-unquote, to ourselves. The Federal Reserve is technically a private company. Okay, and the Federal Reserve, it's the one that prints money. That's the organization that prints money. So all they have to do is print $500 billion and loan it to the federal government. And just like that, we are $500 billion in debt to ourselves. Printing money like that can be dangerous for a variety of reasons, including but not limited to the fact that people might realize that money isn't real, that it's like a fabrication, that it's as real as we believe it to be. That's dangerous, because when people realize that, basically, it loses all its value. In all seriousness, really. I'm not joking. So, anyway, the point is, that's primarily why it's dangerous, but owing all of that money to ourselves really isn't that bad, honestly. It could be worse. Shit. So. All right, let's keep listening to Mike Garofalo or whatever it is. Point is, the debt. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought there completely. Let me start back to where I was. So the debt limit being raised is just a standard thing that we do every so often. We shouldn't even need to do it. We already promised the money out. It should already be, you know, good to go, whatever. We should just. There shouldn't be a debt limit like that. We should just stop promising money if people don't want to spend anymore. If we default on our debt, it's going to destroy the economy, basically. It's going to wreak absolute havoc on everything. It's going to plunge the United States into a state of instability, the likes of which we have never seen. So am I in favor of raising the debt limit? Of course I am. The possibility that we might not raise the debt limit, that alone is freaking people out. It's really, really, really bad to have all of this instability. So, anyways, Republicans are the only ones that ever use this as a political tool. Democrats have always negotiated, even when they weren't in power. And I don't care, okay? This is on Republicans now. For the record, if the debt limit was, like, not increased, it would destroy the stock market. It would tank completely and destroy everything. I don't own any stocks. I don't own anything. I live basically like I did when I worked at Walmart, pretty much. I don't even have, I think I have a credit card, my first credit card that I've ever had. It was like for $300 something. I don't have any debt because nobody will give me any debt. Like, nobody will loan me any money because I'm not a quote-unquote trustworthy creditor, if you will. So, anyway, I couldn't possibly care less personally for me if something happened, but a lot of people would suffer terribly if the debt limit was not increased. Like, really, really, really badly. Up to and including the representatives that are refusing to raise the debt limit. So, anyway, Republicans constantly use this as a political football. I'm kind of sick of it. I don't even care anymore. The time to negotiate was like when you promised the money. And McCarthy, Matt Gaetz was angry with Kevin McCarthy for making a deal to extend the debt limit vote by 45 days or something. That's the bottom line here. He extended it by like a month and a half, and that really pissed off Matt Gaetz because he believed that he was like negotiating with the other side or negotiating with whoever, whatever. Negotiating with terrorists, if you will, being Democrats, of course, that were being negotiated with. In Matt Gaetz' mind, anyways. And that got to him so much that he removed Kevin McCarthy as speaker. I think he's really just soaking up the attention. That's really what this is all about. And that's fine with me. As long as he's taking the attention, it means that this isn't being blamed on Democrats, who absolutely are not to blame for this situation. So anyway, let's hear what Matt Gaetz had to say.
McCarthy, after this past weekend's short-term budget deal.
I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. Declaring the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives to be vacant. Resolved that the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives is hereby declared to be vacant.
McCarthy brought Florida GOP Congressman Matt Gaetz.
You know, just for a little context on this, a little more context, it's hilarious that Republicans refused to allow Matt Gaetz to use the microphone, like their podium or whatever. So he had to use the one at the Democrats' side. I think that's hilarious. Most Republicans are really pissed off at Matt Gaetz for doing this. They are really unhappy with him right now. So we'll see how this goes for Matt Gaetz.
To be vacant. Resolved that the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives is hereby declared to be vacant.
McCarthy brought Florida GOP Congressman Matt Gaetz' motion to the floor today. Representative Tom Cole immediately moved to table that, but the motion failed with 11 Republicans voting with every Democrat present to move forward with the vote to remove the Speaker. The House debated for 1 hour. Here are some of the highlights.
We are here to eulogize the era of continuing resolution. We will not do it. We will not pass it. These bills can go. The spending may rise and fall as the years pass. But the notion that we're going to lump in the Department of Education and the Department of Labor with...
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. The negotiations, quote unquote, that were taking place to what's the word I'm looking for? Like to raise the debt limit. the negotiations that were happening were absolutely absurd. They weren't even negotiations. They were Republican extremists like Matt Gaetz telling Democrats, basically, we're not going to raise the debt limit. If you want us to raise a debt limit, then you have to basically agree to abolish the Department of Education and this and that and whatever else. You have to abolish basically everything. That's pretty much what the agreement was. And if you don't abolish these government agencies, the government doesn't get funded. So McCarthy tried to move to the middle and negotiated with Democrats to come to a deal that didn't include Ukraine aid originally. Basically, they cut Ukraine aid out of the deal, which was going to come later. Ukraine would be aided, probably. It was just going to take a little bit of time. But, yeah, anyways, trying to think if there's anything else I want to mention. And now Matt Gaetz is... McCarthy then got, what's the word I'm looking for? He got rebuked, maybe? Is that the word? Yeah, maybe the word is rebuked. He got rebuked for negotiating with Democrats at all, to any degree. And so he backed off from the debt limit agreement and said, okay, well, we're not going to raise the debt limit. I'm sorry. We'll just extend it for 45 days. That was his, what do you call it? Like his negotiation, his agreement. So, anyways, that's what was happening up to this point.
Pass, but the notion that we're going to lump in the Department of Education and the Department of Labor with our military and our troops and our Border Patrol is fundamentally unserious and I would suggest chaotic.
That's what he was talking about there. The fact that we'd lump in the Department of Education, blah, blah, blah. Matt Gaetz is trying to defund the Department of Education. He's trying to basically erase it from existence. Seriously. The thing that the government organization that makes sure that kids are keeping up with a curriculum that's being followed and not being preached to. We don't have pastors in every teacher role or whatever, only in a few of them. That's the thing that Matt Gaetz wanted to abolish. So that should give you a little context for what he's saying here.
Our Border Patrol is fundamentally unserious and I would suggest chaotic. We cannot do that. It was only because we forced that to happen. And by the way, if we continue with Speaker McCarthy, the appropriations process will go right back to what he wanted it to go back to. Just a sideshow, just a puppet show.
If this motion carries, the House will be paralyzed. We can expect week after week of fruitless ballots while no other business can be conducted. The Democrats will revel in Republican dysfunction, and the public will rightly be repulsed.
I believe, the public will be repulsed. I am repulsed by this. I personally believe that this was part of the plan, that Donald Trump wanted Matt Gaetz to do this. Even though Trump came out publicly, like, shortly after McCarthy lost his spot and said, "This is terrible. You're plunging the country into chaos. I don't believe that this should be happening right now." And now this morning, we have reports that Donald Trump is willing to be Speaker of the House to save the Republican Party. It's absurd. The whole thing is absurd. And I'm sorry, I just don't believe any of this is real. I believe that this whole thing was orchestrated and planned out from the start, truthfully.
No living human has taken the vote we're about to take. It deserves that we pause, we reflect, that we consider deeply the ramification of our actions.
It is lovely to hear from the principal architect of Mr. McCarthy's debt limit deal, but here's the reality. The only Republicans in America who believe that the debt limit deal was conservative are in this chamber right now. Because all over America, Republicans think that when you negotiated that debt limit deal, they took your lunch money.
Okay, I don't think that's true at all. Matt Gaetz represents a total of maybe 20 people, and only 8 of those people voted with him. He could only get 8 people to side with him on this. Only 8 people moved over to vote Kevin McCarthy out, and those 8 people plunged the U.S. into absolute chaos for a time by doing that. This is just a chaotic, stupid mess, truthfully. And I don't know... I don't know what he's thinking, if not... Donald Trump wanted me to do this, so I'm going to do it. What else could the thought process be? I don't know. The other 200 and whatever Republicans didn't want this to happen ostensibly. I don't know. I guess we'll see how it plays out.
Once again, the final vote to vacate the speakership was 216 to 210, rather, with Kevin McCarthy being the first speaker in history to ever be removed.
Yeah, it was 8 Republicans moved over, and the reason that it was only 6 people that, and the reason the gap was only 6 people is because some people were not physically there. They couldn't vote present. They just weren't there because one of them, I think their husband died in a plane crash the other day or something. And one of them is dealing, this is 500 people you're dealing with. This is a lot of people, and they're all dealing with various things at any given moment. So if a vote is important, they'll show up for it. But this is kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing that nobody really saw coming, and that's why we're seeing some Republicans, not in chambers at the moment.
7 members were absent from the vote. Gene, back to you.
Thanks, Mike. So
there you go. 7 members were absent from the vote, and it passed by a margin of 6 members total.
Who's in charge now, the House, since the Speaker's been ousted?
Representative Patrick McHenry of North Carolina, who happens to be a McCarthy ally. He is now the interim Speaker, Gene.
Yeah, and as the interim Speaker, he has no power whatsoever, pretty much. He's just there to make sure that regular business is done. He can't run a Biden impeachment inquiry. He can't form committee, or maybe he can form committees, but everything is all very, very basic.
Thanks, Mike, for that. Okay, those of you watching at home, you're probably wondering, how did this happen? Why did it happen? You got a real quick review there from Mike. Let me bring in my panel tonight.
The fascinating thing about this is I personally believe Donald Trump was behind this whole thing. Now, Trump did come out on Truth Central or whatever it is, his social media network, and say this is bad, you shouldn't have done it. I really think that he put all of this in motion so he could be Speaker, truthfully.
From Omaha, Nebraska, Pastor Hank Kuhneman. Easley, South Carolina, Pastor Mark Burns. From somewhere in New York City, a good friend Eric Metaxas. And, of course, Rick Green in a bunker somewhere in South Texas.
Okay, so these 4 people, they all believe that Donald Trump is the Messiah, all 4 of these people. 3 of these 4 people are pastors, Trump pastors, that believe that he's going to bring on the end of the world or whatever. Really, I'm not joking or being facetious or anything. I'm dead serious with this. Hank Kuhneman is a hardcore Trump pastor. Metaxas, Mark Burns, Metaxas top right, is a little bit closer to the center on the Trump issue specifically, far right on everything else, but he still believes it, and so does Mark Burns. Mark Burns believes anything you tell him to. He strikes me as just kind of a dummy. I mean, I'm not saying this to be insulting, honestly. He kind of strikes me as a dummy, truthfully.
All right, welcome, gentlemen, to tonight's program. Rick, I'll start with you with this. You see what we're seeing here. This has not happened since 1910 with Joseph Cannon, and it didn't pass then. We haven't had this. What does this mean for Americans, and what does it mean for conservative Christians when they're watching what's happening?
So it's going to be interesting to see what these people think about it. Somebody says, I understand 100 years ago that, people not being able to vote or whatever, but we can't, vote abroad now. The answer to that question, I believe, is it is possible to vote. It is possible to vote by proxy in the House, I think, but people have to like organize that and plan for it, basically. In this type of situation, no, from my understanding.
Well, Gene, first of all, we've all got good friends on both sides of this. Republicans are split on this, and it's all about, tactics. What's the best way to move forward? I think the American people...
Boy, what a middle-of-the-road thing to say. What a thing to say to keep anybody from being upset with you.
Certainly the people I talk to, we are sick and tired of the Band-Aids and the continuing resolutions and now $33 trillion in debt. I think Chip Roy said it better than anyone when he said no security, no funding. They should just stick.
Again, no security, no funding. What the hell does that mean? Again, if you wanted the debt limit to not, or if you wanted the debt not to be as high as it is right now, you should have debated that when that money was promised, not now. This is nothing more than a ridiculous political football right now.
Stick with that line and say we will not fund the government. We will not pass any resolutions until we secure the border. That is the crisis on everybody's minds right now.
No, it's not. Secure the border? As if the border is like open and there's no border security whatsoever. It's just absurd, dude. Nobody gives a shit about this except like far-right extremists. Do you know how valuable it is to have immigrants come into your country? It's so ridiculously valuable. It's also something the U.S., it's an advantage the U.S. has that other countries don't. China is not getting immigrants trying to come in regularly. Japan does not bring immigrants in regularly like the United States does. And it's honestly an embarrassment that people like this are complaining about immigrants coming in when it's so fiscally valuable. It makes an economy grow exponentially to have more people being a part of it, really. So what reason do they have for not wanting immigrants to come in? There's only one I can think of. And he's complaining about the border being open, quote unquote. It's not.
Resolutions until we secure the border. That is the crisis on everybody's minds right now. We know at 10,000 a day, our nation is being destroyed right now. And I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
You think immigration is the straw that broke the camel's back, quote unquote? What a ridiculous thing to say. This dude is absolutely absurd on every level. And why is it that he thinks that the country is destroyed when more immigrants come in? I mean, I've talked about this issue enough. It's so valuable to have immigrants come into the United States, to any country.
That's what finally gave the impetus for this. It is unprecedented. I don't know what's going to happen at this point because of them actually passing this. Obviously, the Democrats, wanted to seize the opportunity to embarrass the Republicans, embarrass McCarthy, whatever.
Well, he's trying to blame it on the Democrats, huh? Oh, don't look at us. No. And I'm not even including myself in this. Don't look at them. It was Matt Gaetz. He's the one parading around all morning talking about, or all morning, all day, like the entire time, through this entire vote, talking about how he had McCarthy removed for not following his instructions and stuff like that. It's absurd. I just want to turn my fan on. Actually, let me capture my audio again. Write that down. That was at 31 minutes exactly into the recording. So hang on. 31. Audio correction. Okay. Got it. Okay, let's keep listening to this poor fool. Sorry, I had to fix my thing there.
I don't think it's an embarrassment. I think it's actually, it's finally people are going to say, you know what? Wait, maybe we can change things in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so I guess these people are in favor of it, interestingly. Like I said, I think Trump orchestrated the whole thing, so maybe they got their line from Trump. Maybe they asked, you know, some Trump aide what their position should be. That wouldn't surprise me at all if Trump was instructing the media outlets that, what's the word here, that follow him like a god. I wouldn't be surprised if his little media people were instructing them what to say at all.
Maybe they will do something different. It's no more business as usual, and that's what's been accomplished here. Where it's going to go from here, I don't know. But I am thrilled to see a different ball game being played at this point.
All right, let me go.
You're thrilled to see a different ball game being played, huh? You're thrilled to see the government being plunged into absolute chaos, is what he's saying? That's absurd.
Pastor Mark Burns. Pastor Mark, you heard this. You connected with, obviously, with the Trump campaign over the years. What's your take on what happened today?
Well, it's a historic, monumental occasion.
Mark Burns, I believe, is a I think he was on a panel, or I don't know. The panel isn't the right word. He was on a group or a committee, I guess, that talked to Donald Trump about what evangelicals want from him, what will keep them voting for him, and what will convince them that he is the Messiah effectively. So Mark Burns contributed to that whole belief system, basically, and helped Trump stay in line with it.
What's your take on what happened today?
Well, it's a historic, monumental occasion. I mean, first of all, let's just say that this isn't chaos like some might say. This
Yes, it is. It is chaos.
Is simply our government being able to do what our government is able to do, to disagree at the highest level of government while still maintaining some governance to achieve the goals that we have. I mean, again, I've been speaking.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? Did he say this is just the government doing what the government does, disagreeing while maintaining governance or whatever? What the hell is this dude talking about? This means nothing. This is like the other day when I was listening to Ben Shapiro talk about suicide rates. And he said something like, the rates are lower in other countries, in developing countries, and that points to this being a privilege of the upper class in terms of financial or something like that. God, I don't remember what it was he said now, but it was absolutely absurd. That's what I'm listening to right now. God, I need to put that on a soundboard. You know what? I need to find that now. I'm thinking about it. Hold on. Jackie Eubanks. There.
So, how do you say that?
Here it is. Hang on. Let me find it. 1 second.
For example, in the black community, where
wow, I jumped almost exactly to where it is.
Significantly lower suicide rates than in the white community. In fact, in third world countries, the suicide rate is significantly lower than in first world countries.
Yeah, this is it. Listen to this. I'm going to record it so that I can clip this part out later.
In fact, in third world countries, the suicide rate...
All right. I'm sorry. Let me step back a little more.
Supposedly that America is a racist society, blacks are bullied a lot. Okay, in the black community has significantly lower suicide rates than in the white community. In fact, in third world countries, the suicide rate is significantly lower than in first world countries. Suicide actually seems to be a privilege of the upper classes, if you actually look at it from a financial perspective. So the idea that suicide...
I'm sorry. God, I don't understand what the hell he's talking about. If you look at it from a financial perspective, a privilege of the upper class? What? Oh, dude, I need that on a soundboard. I need it on a soundboard. Just that one line right there.
Privilege of the upper classes. Suicide rate is significantly lower than in first world countries.
Right here.
Suicide actually seems to be a privilege of the upper classes, if you actually look at it from a financial perspective.
That's embarrassing and painful, dude. Why is this marked as his most popular video? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting off track. All right, let's keep listening to these nutcases.
right now sitting in the chair to several high-ranking Trump campaign officials. The president right now is in a meeting discussing this very thing. I was hoping to get an exclusive to get him to come on or to give us a statement, and it still may happen while I'm here on the air, but the point is I believe this is a major move for the MAGA movement in America.
I believe that Donald Trump orchestrated it, truthfully. I really do. And I think that he didn't explain to his media people how to feel. He just said, be happy about it. It could be useful to me. That's the thing about Donald Trump. Anytime anything happens that's chaotic, Donald Trump finds a way to take advantage of the situation. Dude, did I forget to save? I don't know if I forgot to save. 11:05 a.m. Yeah, I think I forgot to save. Damn it. Oh, well. What can you do? Anytime chaos ensues, Trump takes advantage.
This is allowing us to stand behind the Make America Great Again agenda. Matt Gaetz done a good job in saying that I'm tired of the lobbyists who are sold out to the lobbyists. He's willing to take the $5, $10, $20 little cash fundraisers from the everyday Americans to fund his campaign agenda. So this.
But what is he even talking about now? I am so lost. I have no clue what he's going on about. What? Yes, lobbying is bad. Who are we even talking about?
Fundraisers from the everyday Americans to fund his campaign agenda. So this is a wake-up call for every politician in America. Beware, because if they could do this to Kevin McCarthy, who is millions of Americans believe have sold out the Republican caucus, the same thing can happen to you.
Huh, interesting. If it can happen to me, it can happen to you. That's a line that Donald Trump says constantly. What an interesting line to say, right? Yes, that's correct. If it can happen to him or McCarthy or Trump or whoever, it can happen to you. Absolutely, is what I've been saying about Donald Trump when he says this kind of stuff, because he's using it as like, when Donald Trump says it, it's like, oh, you should be scared. If I can be indicted for a crime, you can be indicted for a crime. Yeah, that's true. You can be indicted for a crime. Absolutely. But now they're using it as a bludgeon. They're trying to threaten people. They're telling them, if Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, can be removed from office, so can you. You better fall in line behind Donald Trump, basically.
Let me bring in Eric Metaxas. Eric,
Just a Voice says Matt Gaetz doesn't take PAC money. Oh, really? Okay. That's good. Good for him. Glad to hear it. Just checking through the chat and stuff. Give me just a second here. Soundboard, hilarious donation. Thank you. I appreciate that, Frankenstein. Yeah, I would love to have it on a soundboard. I need a soundboard for real, but I just don't, I don't want to put the money into getting one right now. But I have a list of things. You know what? I'm actually going to write that on the list. I want young ones on there. Let me find my list. Hold on. I'm going to write that down. Let's see. Soundboard list. And then we've got, I'm dumber than a box of rocks in a lot of areas. Facebook just makes people think I'm smart. That's Greg Locke. Where is my soundboard list? Hang on. Looking for it. Here it is. Got it. Okay. Oh, yeah, and I wanted to get Marjorie Taylor Greene saying my HIPAA. Okay. Privilege of the upper class in terms of financial. Or whatever the hell it was he said. Oh, it's so stupid. And then I was going to get just me saying your mom once. I'll get one. I'll get one eventually, a soundboard. Anyway, let's keep listening here. Young ones.
Caucus, the same thing can happen to you.
Let me bring in Eric Metaxas. Eric, you hear this? What does this say to you? Let me get your...
I'm going to be fascinated to hear what Hank Kunneman's take is on this, being the Trump pastor that he is. I don't believe that any of them are as hardcore Trump pastors as Kunneman is.
Take on it.
I think it's good news. I think it's good news for America. I think people like Kevin McCarthy need to understand it's over. We are not going to put up with the kinds of compromises that folks like him have been making with Democrats. We are
Literally, the compromise that he made, it wasn't even a compromise. It was, are we going to keep the government functioning? Is your portfolio going to fail? Is the government going to plunge into economic peril, the likes of which we have never seen? That's really what was on the table. And the answer is, apparently, yes. It is going to plunge into economic peril, the likes of which we've never seen. I guess that's what they want. McCarthy did the most basic negotiations. The kind of stuff that, I don't understand how anybody could be upset with with the deal McCarthy came to. It got Republicans what they wanted. Why are they so upset over this?
In a hellish position in this nation because...
I'm sorry, let me step back. I didn't understand him. He's glitching up a lot.
Folks like him have been making with Democrats. We are in a hellish position in this nation because of that kind of misleadership. And so this is a clear sign that most Americans have had it. And you know, it's kind of a funny thing.
It's a clear sign most Americans have had it? What the hell are you talking about? It was 8 people that didn't want, or that wanted this vote to go through. 8 people. This isn't a clear sign of anything, that any mandate of any sort. No. It's completely made up. It blows me away that he can say that with a straight face. This is a sign that the vast majority of people in the country want this to happen. No, it's not.
When you hear some Republicans talk about, oh, this is going to embarrass Republicans.
Oh, yes. It definitely has. Terribly.
Republicans deserve... The Republicans that don't understand where we are as a nation, they are at odds with the American people, and they are enabling the left Democrats to destroy this country. And so they need to understand they deserve...
How are Republicans allowing the left Democrats to destroy the country? I just want a little explanation.
Deserve to be embarrassed. They don't even deserve to be in office if they are not willing to lead. And I have to say congratulations to Matt Gaetz. I hope he is the next governor of Florida.
Okay, when did this come out? This was October 3rd. Oh, by the way, yeah, Matt Gaetz is running for governor of Florida. I don't know if you guys picked up on that little thing he just said there. That's going to be an interesting one right there. Matt Gaetz is about as far-right extremist as it gets, in my opinion. Anyways, so this came out the day that it happened. The day it happened. You cannot convince me that these people didn't talk to Trump about what he wanted them to do, about his interests. They absolutely did. I'm sure, well, not Trump personally maybe, but I'm sure they talked to Trump's media team or whatever about what Trump wanted them to say. I'm sure of it.
To Matt Gaetz, I hope he is the next governor of Florida when DeSantis' term is up, because we need people to say, we've had enough. We cannot go any farther. And frankly, McCarthy also did not release all of the J6 footage.
Yes, he did. I'm pretty sure he did. What are you talking about?
Shame on him for not understanding that is one of the priorities in a lawless nation where people are jailed for their political beliefs. You need to take that seriously. Somebody got to him. I don't know who it was, and he didn't seem to take that seriously.
What the hell is this dude talking about? This is the line that Trump wanted people to tell everybody. When you hear these people talking about this, be aware that, in my opinion, they got in contact with Donald Trump and his, I don't know, his guys or whatever. They got in contact with Trump's guys, and they told them what they wanted them to say about this. I'm convinced of it. You can't convince me otherwise. I'm very confident that Trump is feeding extremists information about what he wants them to say.
It's true. That's a whole nother rabbit trail.
A whole nother.
Beliefs. You need to take that seriously. Somebody got to him. I don't know who it was, and he didn't seem to take that seriously.
Talking about Kevin McCarthy. Somebody got to Kevin McCarthy. Give me a break, dude.
It's true. That's a whole nother rabbit trail we could go down. Let me go to Pastor Hank Kunneman. Pastor Hank, I mean, we see this. This is really government at work, like what Eric Metaxas has said and Rick Green. We're seeing things operate the way they should have. So
no, you're seeing government fall apart in Republicans' hands. So I guess these guys are trying to give an image of stability. Is that what's happening right now? It seems like they're trying to make it appear as though Republicans are doing the right thing and that this is a completely well thought out and intelligent decision that was made. I am so sure that Trump is behind this. I mean, it's my personal little conspiracy theory, but I'm sure of it.
Whether we like it or not, this is our government at work.
Well, we shouldn't really be surprised by what took place because if you remember, Pastor Gene and those that are watching, is they had more rounds to vote this guy in than what's even in boxing. And so...
Yeah, they voted like 15 times to get him into office. That's true. Sure. McCarthy, they didn't want McCarthy in as speaker. The far-right extremists in the party, like Matt Gaetz, Mike Biggs, and, you know, the Freedom Caucus, basically. I can't believe they got Marjorie Taylor Greene on board. They got her to agree to have McCarthy in. She doesn't seem to be part of the Freedom Caucus in the same way that the others are. I don't know. It's just really, really weird.
You knew that something was probably going to be coming, but here's the problem. We want the truth, the American people, about our border, about why all of this money is going to fund this, quote, Ukrainian war. And we want those that are elected officials.
That's Putin propaganda right there. That is the result of Vladimir Putin encouraging or feeding conspiracy theories through the various media arms that he's used. I'm very, very confident of that one. Vladimir Putin has done everything he could. I believe that Putin created QAnon originally and uses it as his media arm to spread his conspiracies, personally. And that one's, you know, the anti-Ukraine stuff is coming through QAnon, largely.
Officials that put America first. And it's obvious that it wasn't going that direction. And I think it's a good sign for our country that there are those that are rising up saying enough is enough. Now, the part that I'm not settled in my spirit about is that the Republican Party, they need to also take this same kind of fight, this same kind of determination towards the radical left agenda that is destroying this country.
So he's upset that, well, he's not upset. It seems like he agrees with this completely, but he wants Republicans to take the fight to Democrats and not just other Republicans, apparently. Okay.
They would just unite and do that and fight for the children, fight for our freedoms.
Wait, fight for the children? What?
Fight for the truth of 2020. And how about this? Rally around the candidate who is leading incredibly in the primary. Lastly, God prophesied that these things would begin to happen. And I'm going to say it very quickly. He said on December 31st, 2020.
Okay, just a quick reminder here, if you don't know Hank Kunneman, what he means when he says God prophesied whatever, blah, blah, blah. What he means is Hank Kunneman prophesied, blah, blah, blah. Hank believes that Hank gets word from God about what God wants. And he's handing that down from on high. Just absurd on every level.
that these things would begin to happen. And I'm going to say it very quickly. He said on December 31st, 2022, watch the House of Representatives. It would become the House of Cards. He said on June 6th of 2021 that those that are in the House that are a stench in front of God's sight would be removed and new faces would arise. And
okay, so the two quote-unquote prophecies that that Hank Kunneman supposedly prophesied, thus proving that he really is a prophet of God. The House of Representatives is going to be a train wreck. And the people that fight against God will lose, basically. That's what he said, pretty much. Those were his two prophecies. Wow, this dude has the line to God. You got to admit it. He's got it. He has that connection. He knows how to talk to God, apparently. He must. How else could he have been so absolutely on the nose and exact with what he was saying? Not possible otherwise, right? Because the House of Representatives is not a train wreck any other time, ever. I've never in my life, 30-something years, ever seen the House of Representatives be a complete mess as a result of, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter what it's a result of. I've never seen it before. First time ever. That proves it. This guy's a prophet, right? Seriously. Think about how absolutely absurd it is what this guy is saying.
Of God's sight.
Oh, those weren't the only two either. He's got a third, I believe. So the House of Representatives will be a mess. And what was the other? The people that God doesn't like will be removed from power.
Would be removed and new faces would arise. And lastly, he said on July 12, 2021, that we would come into historical moments concerning the Republican Party, even the Democratic Party, and God would be known as the party crasher. And I don't think God is done. We are in for a reset.
Okay, so big things are going to happen in the Republican and the Democratic parties, and God will be known as the party crasher. I'm not seeing that one, Hank. I'm sorry. I give it to you on the others. I can't give it to you on this one.
A reorder that is by the hand of God himself.
I believe you're absolutely right there, Pastor Hank.
Then you're a fool.
Let me go to...
Dude, okay, I need to write that one down. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let's see. This is 10:53. Give me a sec. I'm going to write this down. Let's see here. Oop. Damn it. I opened another tab. I didn't mean to do that. Son of a bitch. Cashmere stepping on plastic. Okay. 10:50. No, I'll put 10:30. Hank Kunneman gives ridiculous prophecies. How does anybody believe a word out of this dude's mouth, honestly? McCarthy removed from speaker role. There we are. Okay. Wrote it down. All right, let's continue.
Rick Green again. All right, so Rick, I got NBC. This is their list of who they think are on the maybes.
Yeah, so again, this morning, Donald Trump came out and announced that he was willing to be Speaker of the House to save the Republican Party, basically. That's what he said. So we'll see what happens. I'm pretty confident that this whole thing was orchestrated by him, and maybe they didn't have this information about that yet. That's very possible. Or maybe this wasn't orchestrated by Trump at all. That's just a little pet conspiracy theory of mine. And Donald Trump is just finding a way to use this situation to his advantage, use this chaos to his advantage. That's very possible, too.
Majority Leader Steve Scalise from Louisiana. Majority Whip Tom Emmer from Minnesota. Representative Garrett Graves, Louisiana. House GOP Conference Chair, New York, Elise Stefanik. Jim Jordan and Tom.
Yeah, Jim Jordan threw his name into the ring for House Speaker. Apparently, that is about as disturbing as it gets. Jim Jordan is a Trump sycophant to a degree that I can't even quantify for you. It's insane. This dude doesn't just bow down to Trump. He, like, prostrates himself onto the floor entirely. It's crazy.
York, Elise Stefanik, Jim Jordan, and...
Oh, and he also protects, you know, pedophiles in schools that are taking advantage of children when he's fully aware that this is happening, allegedly.
And Tom Cole from Oklahoma. Did any of those ring true to you, or do you have any idea of where this might go?
Well, only one of those sounds like a name that can truly bring reform in the House, and that'd be Jim Jordan. I think most conservatives would have enough confidence in him. I'm not sure that's the best move because we need him right now on the investigation of Biden and the impeachment.
Oh, give me a break, dude.
And there's nobody better for that role than Jim Jordan. But we do need somebody that will actually make it a whole new ball game for everybody. And you know, to what Eric said, I wish I could dress as good as Eric, look as good, sound as good, prop up my books as good as he does. He's so good at this. Anyway, but to
okay, the word "good" did not fit in all those sentences, but all right.
what Eric said, I don't care if the Republicans are embarrassed. He's 100% right on that. They need to be embarrassed. And here's the thing: everybody's like, "Oh, but it'll shut down the government." And what if the government doesn't fund? They need to be shut down.
Okay, I don't think this guy fully understands what's going to happen if the government is shut down. This is not a simple government shutdown like, oh, we're going to furlough employees type of deal. No, this is like defunding the government, not paying our debts, defaulting on our debts that we've already agreed to, and it would wreak absolute havoc on everything. This guy apparently doesn't have any clue how bad it would get if they allowed this to take place. Or he doesn't care, or I don't know. Something.
I mean, if they can't secure our border, then what good are they in the first? I mean, they need to be. They're doing 17,000 things that are unconstitutional anyway. Those.
Who is they? Are you talking about, like, the government? The government is doing all this stuff? What is he talking about right now? I don't understand, first of all. And second, the border is secure. Okay, we don't have an open border. Come back to reality with the rest of us, Rick.
Things shouldn't be getting done. So I think this is a pivotal, wonderful moment. And to what Hank said, I think it is. I mean, just listen to those prophecies. This is a time for shaking, and we're shaking up the House right now. That is a good thing. This is going to give a lot of conservative activists out there, patriots that have been wondering, can things ever really change? Right. Are we ever going to get anything different? This is going to give them a lot of hope to know, yes, we can't. That doesn't mean everything's solved. We're probably going to get a McCarthy-like person, but it shows just like...
So I guess they believe they're going to get another person that they believe to be more moderate? Well, I'm sorry, McCarthy's not moderate. These people like Rick Green and everybody, they keep trying to push the idea that McCarthy's moderate. He's not. He's a nutcase just like the right. Well, actually, you know what? I don't even believe McCarthy is a nutcase, but he will do anything for the nutcase contingent among the Republicans. He'll do anything for the Freedom Caucus. Anything that they say. That tells me that... I'll just leave it at that, I guess. They understand. They want it to burn so they can start a new theocracy without elections or the Constitution. Project 2025. Yeah, that's fair enough. I think you're right on that point. I haven't covered Project 2025 yet, but I really should. I should have already. And I have this thing pulled up where I want to talk about it. I just haven't gotten around to it, you know? I'll get there. Anyway.
They did back in January, that when they stand firm, they can get the concessions that they need. And now what they've proven is, if you don't follow through on those concessions, we will drop the hammer. So I'm hoping that this gives even more momentum to that small group of really good, strong conservative.
Okay, that small group, they're not really good, strong conservatives. They're nutcases. He's talking about the Freedom Caucus. Matt Gaetz, Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they are all technically considered part of the Freedom Caucus. And they love Marjorie Taylor Greene and all of the others. They love those people, although I think she's separated herself from the Freedom Caucus technically to be in the Trump caucus, basically. Wait a minute. That's interesting. I didn't know that there was another there. Okay.
Patriots in the House to give us even more victories in the coming months.
Well, let's talk about what happens next. Now, there's an interim speaker, but nothing can really happen until we get a speaker elected. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, nothing can happen, i.e. no Biden impeachment inquiries, no whatever. None of that shit that they want can happen until they get a speaker in. No funding of the government either.
No, there can be some operations in the House. I don't think they're now. I was a state legislator, not a member of Congress, so I don't know all of their rules. But
I didn't know that. He was a state legislator for what state? Texas? Hold on. Let me look this up. I'm curious now. Rick Green of Texas. And he ran against Paul Green. Paul Green or Rick Green? Interesting. Wait. Yes. Yes, I believe that he was a... Wait a minute. Let's see. Rick Green. They don't have a picture of him, apparently. After graduation, Green practiced contract law. Ooh, contract law. That's interesting. He was then elected to the Texas legislature, 99 to 2003. Is this the same guy? Maybe not. Hold on. I'm just trying to figure out libel lawsuit against political detractors. I'm not sure if this is the same guy. Wait. Rick Green, state representative. Yeah, I believe that is him. I believe it is. Wait. Hold on. I've got a little thing here. Let me just pull it up so you guys can see too. If you want to take a look, and I'm going to zip over like so. Yeah, this is him. Rick Green's a former Texas state representative, so probably House member, not senator. National speaker, author, radio host, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So Texas state House member is what he was, I believe. Rick Green, Texas state rep, Ballotpedia. Yeah. Yep, this is him, apparently. I mean, there's no picture connected to him. I was kind of thinking about, like, posting the picture for them, but apparently I have to, like, what, do I have to, like, fill out a survey or something? I don't want to take a survey. I just want to submit a picture. Okay, never mind then. So he was a legislator from 99 to 2003, I believe, is what it was. And he actually came really close to continuing his position. Fascinating. I had no clue. Okay. Apparently he's a legislator. Oop.
I think they... I don't think they're now. I was a state legislator, not a member of Congress, so I don't know all of their rules. But I think they can still move forward with some things. But it would be order number one. I mean, they need to get that done. I don't see why that takes more than 24 hours. They ought to have a new speaker chosen within the next 24 hours.
That's not going to happen. I mean, it hasn't happened. It's already been like long past that. They're not going to pick a new speaker and successfully get them in to office. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. Apparently, Rick Green, I'm just looking through his Ballotpedia here. According to Ballotpedia, take it with a grain of salt, I'm not sure. Hold on. Apparently, there was a libel lawsuit against his political detractors. He filed defamation cases. Roughly a year after his failed 2010 election run, Green sued a number of his political opponents and their supporters for libel. Green claimed they made untrue and defamatory statements about him during the campaign that resulted in him losing the election. And the source on this... Wait. Okay, the source on this is scotxblog.com. Be skeptical of everything here. I'm really not sure what's happening, if this is real or not. In March 2010, Rick Green surprised many by finishing first in a six-way race for the Republican nomination for an open Texas Supreme Court seat, forcing a runoff with Deborah Learman. In April 2010, Learman won the runoff and serves on the court today. Holy shit, this dude was almost a Supreme Court, well, not Supreme Court, but Texas Supreme Court, a state Supreme Court judge or justice. That's disturbing, dude. Last week, roughly a year after the April 2010 runoff, Rick Green filed a libel suit against several political detractors, including former Chief Justice Phillips and the Texas Association of Realtors, as well as the Texas Tribune and one of its reporters. Wow, okay. I guess it failed. I guess the libel suit failed. Rick Green libel suit. I'm really curious now. This is fascinating. Former Republican. Oh, this is written 2011. So this is... Wait. Yeah, it's just like replaying all the stuff we already talked about. That's fascinating. Wait, here's a 2010 article. Ever since his narrow March 2nd win set off a collective grumble from some legal establishment, there's been a movement afoot to shore up support for his runoff opponent. Now the fruits of those efforts have ripened. Can Rick Green be stopped? This is the Texas Tribune's article on him that I guess earned them the libel suit, I'm assuming. Again, take it with a grain of salt. That's what it seems like to me. That's fascinating. Today, 5 former state Supreme Court justices, Tom Phillips, Craig Enoch, Deborah Hankinson, Barbara Culver, and Alberto Gonzalez, will throw their weight behind Learman in her bid for the nomination. Okay, so he came out on top of a 6-way race, basically, for a Supreme Court justice of Texas, and he lost, and all 5 of the other people basically got behind one other person, and that basically lost him the seat. And he was so upset over that he blamed them for lying about him or some other thing. That's what it seems like to me. I mean, it's really hard to know because this is like so long ago now. This is like 10 years ago or more than that. But that's what it appears. Fascinating. I had no idea about Rick Green. Okay. More to come in the future. I will give you guys more information as I gain it.
And is it correct that it does not have to come from within the House?
Sorry, let me step back. Listen again.
I was a state legislator, not a member of Congress, so I don't know all of their rules, but I think they can still move forward with some things. But it would be order number 1. I mean, they need to get that done. I don't see why that takes more than 24 hours. They ought to have a new...
Again, that's already failed. It's already been longer than that. So, yeah. Oh. Why is it? Oh, it's muted.
It takes more than 24 hours. They ought to have a new speaker chosen within the next 24 hours.
And is it correct that it does not have to come from within the House?
Now, that is absolutely accurate. Yeah, the Constitution does not require that.
They're all laughing because they know who they're thinking about, Donald Trump. They know that Trump might be the next one in line. That is so disturbing. It's ridiculous. I don't even know what to do with that. It's so disturbing. Oh, please don't make Freedom Caucasians. That's funny. Please don't make Donald Trump the next Speaker of the House. Oh my God, that'd be a mess.
that. There's always been the rumors about why not make it Donald Trump and let's have a lot of fun. You really want to shake things up and have the media literally have heads explode on live television. I think that would actually be fun. So yeah, let's make it let's make it somebody like Trump.
Yeah. Now I want to remind everybody watching. You saw what happened in January. We were here talking about, and everybody was throwing a rod.
Jesus, dude, this is so disturbing. Please don't make it Donald Trump. Oh, my God.
In their engines because they were like, oh, my God, this is horrible. We can't vote. We can't get anybody elected after 5 votes. I think, I don't know how many votes it was.
Dude, it was like 14 originally to get McCarthy in. How many votes did it take to get McCarthy in? All I'm finding is to get him. Wait. Yeah, 15. It took 15. 15 ballots.
McCarthy was elected. Now, that was the government at work. We said it then. This is government at work. This is a great thing about our founding fathers, the documents that we operate by. This is why we need to preserve America the way it is, because these are the things that are set in place to make sure we have the right people in the right place. It doesn't become a banana republic.
This is psychotic, dude. Seriously. Holy fucking shit. I'm sorry, man. This is insane. This makes sure it doesn't become a banana republic. I thought that they've been saying this entire time it is a banana republic. What the hell are you talking about right now? Jesus, dude. These people need help for real. Hang on. I'm sorry. I was just trying to do that thing. Okay.
Place to make sure we have the right people in the right place. It doesn't become a banana republic. And I don't mean clothing stores. All right. Let me go back to Eric Metaxas.
He had to add that little addendum because his viewers would actually think he's talking about the clothing stores. Come to think of it, Banana Republic, the term, if you guys are unfamiliar, it came from a time when I think the company Chiquita basically, no, what was it? I think the CIA overturned governments in Central and South America so that American companies could take over the banana farms or the banana sales or whatever. Is that right? It's been a while since I looked into this. That's what Banana Republic means. Basically, it means a rogue government that's taking control of things and overturning governments on behalf of corporations and stuff. It's kind of funny that they're deriding banana republics now, right? Seems like that's the kind of thing these people would want.
Public, and I don't mean clothing stores. All right, let me go back to Eric Metaxas. Eric, you see this? Where do you think this is going to lead in the long run? Is this going to have a lasting effect somewhere?
It's hard. I would say yes, but I think here's the key. Anybody with a brain, anybody with eyes to see and ears to hear knows this country is on fire. We are in free fall.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose I can agree with him on that. I was confident I wasn't going to agree with the next words out of his mouth, but okay, sure.
We are at a level of chaos and dysfunction that we have never seen. People like Kevin McCarthy clearly don't get that. There are pastors all over this country in churches that do not get that. If you don't get that, you need to get that, because
if you don't get that, you need to get that. No, I think everybody's fully aware that this country's in free fall. He just thinks that you're the one that's causing it, basically. And he thinks that not funding the government, not raising the debt limit, would cast it into even further free fall. And he's correct on that point. It absolutely would throw it into an even faster free fall. Without a doubt. Oh my God, dude. It would be insane if the government was not funded. So I don't believe Republicans are willing to do it. I don't believe they're willing to throw everything away and completely destroy, the country and the country's economic system for ideology. I don't believe it. Some of them maybe, but not all of them. So time will tell what happens next. I don't think it's going to come to a free fall type of situation. We'll see. I think they're bluffing, is my point. I believe that Republicans are bluffing about a lot of the things that they say, even the far-right extremists, because they have political PACs. They have stock portfolios as well. Even people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Boebert and all of the extremists. I understand Matt Gaetz does not have a political PAC, but he has stock options, stock portfolios and stuff. You know he does.
This is not an opinion. We have a level of chaos. I mean, the open border, if there were nothing else to...
There is no open border. The border has been closed this entire time. Almost nothing has changed on border policy under Biden. It's almost exactly the same as it was under Trump, except we're not separating children from their parents anymore, and Biden's put a concerted effort into reuniting them. That's about it.
To talk about. That is a nightmare we have never seen ever.
It's bizarre to me that these people can talk about what a great job Greg Abbott is doing, putting, what was it, razor wire or something in the river so as to cut people to pieces if they came across it. It's bizarre to me that they can talk about how great a decision that was for Greg Abbott to make, and then talk about how the border is completely open and people just walking straight through it. Jesus, dude.
We have that happening. We have transgender lunacy. We have leftists lying, pulling fire alarms.
We have the transgender, okay? It's too much now. Too much. Absurd. These people are an embarrassment, truthfully. You know, that little reference there to the fire alarm thing?
Lunacy. We have leftists lying, pulling fire alarms.
Leftists lying. I don't know what he's talking about, leftists lying or whatever. Jamal Bowman pulled a fire alarm in the House. I don't know exactly what happened. I think it delayed a vote, but he says it was an accident. I have no clue. I mean, it eventually happened anyways, whatever Republicans claimed he was trying to prevent from happening, so it didn't really matter. I don't think it really delayed or stopped anything in the first place, to my knowledge. Maybe delayed it, but didn't stop it. I don't even remember now. What was that all about? Let me just find out. It was an accident, apparently. KJ Dog Love says it was an accident, and KJ Dog Love has been correct about a lot, so let me just find out what was going on. Oh, okay. So, oh, I see. Okay. I'm just looking for... Hold on. I'm just reading here. Give me a second. I got it. Okay. Okay, I understand what happened. Just give a little bit of context. As far as I can tell, there was a budget vote that was about to take place, and it was almost certainly going the way of Republicans because there are the right number of Republicans to pass a lot of things. When it gets to the Senate, anything that they pass is going to fall flat, basically, more than likely. So, you know, things are not high stake right now well, they weren't at that moment anyways, in the House of Representatives. And Jamal Bowman was trying to open a door in the House of Representatives and apparently pressed a button to try to open the door and came to find that that was a fire alarm that was going to set everything off. And it made people evacuate. And the far right, is using that as like a weapon against people, claiming that he was trying to prevent the vote from taking place, basically trying to force people to blah, 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 whatever. When there's no evidence of any of that. It's completely made up. Like all of it is completely made up. He was just trying to open a door, apparently, as far as I can tell. But they're going to use it to their political ends. That's what he's talking about. If you didn't know,
never seen ever. We have that happening. We have transgender lunacy.
Transgenders, the transgenders.
We have leftists lying, pulling fire alarms, obstructing justice, two-tiered level of justice, attacking a president of the United States, J6 people in prison. In other words, everywhere you look, you see demonic evil. And then you have people like Kevin McCarthy kind of acting like, well, we'll just pass the buck. We're not, it's 1985. Everything's fine.
1985. Did he mean 1984? If he says 1985, that means, and he's referring to 1984, that means has he even read the book? I'm not convinced he's even read it. He doesn't understand what that even means, apparently. Anyways, all right, let's step back, listen again.
Pass the buck.
He wasn't trying to pass the buck.
We're not, it's 1985. Everything's fine. Everything is not fine. Most people in America understand we need a reset. For the government to shut down would be fantastic. I think that.
No. It would be bad. Like, a government shutdown isn't on the table. Government defunding is on the table, right? Isn't this a vote to raise a debt limit? Just double checking. Wait, was this a government shutdown? And not debt limit? I thought this is debt limit for some reason. Hold on. Wait, U.S. Senate passed a debt limit bill averting U.S. default. Final vote tally was 63 to 36. Bill can now go to President Biden. Wait. You know what? Maybe it was a government shutdown. Let me just hang on. Let's see exactly what they're talking about here so we have a little bit of context. This is on AP News. They're usually pretty good about reporting. Government shutdown averted with little time to spare as Biden signs funding before midnight. Wait. This is October 1st, 2020. Yeah. Okay. The threat of a federal government shutdown suddenly lifted late Saturday as President Joe Biden signed temporary funding bill to keep agencies open with little time to spare after Congress rushed to approve the bipartisan deal. This is the thing that McCarthy signed that got him removed from office, basically. He extended it to November 17th. A White House priority opposed a growing... the package drops aid to Ukraine, a White House priority opposed by a growing number of Republican lawmakers, thanks to Putin, but increases federal disaster assistance by $16 billion. After chaotic days of turmoil in the House, Speaker Kevin McCarthy abruptly abandoned demands for steep spending cuts from his right flank and instead relied on Democrats to pass the bill at risk of his own job. And then he was removed, of course. Okay, well, maybe it was a shutdown instead of a... I thought this is a debt limit increase for some reason. Shit, maybe, yeah, you know what? This is a government shutdown. They can't agree on a budget. That's my mistake. I thought it was a debt ceiling increase. That doesn't happen again until 2025, I guess. So, anyway, give you a little context. It would wreak absolute havoc on the country, basically, if this happened. Or when this happens, almost certainly. Okay, it's shut down. That's my mistake. I'm going to have to go back when I do the edits and insert that later. Insert that little information to clarify, because I thought it was something different. Anyway. You are very right. Trump Putin is Q and your mom. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Okay, I appreciate the super chat, Frankenstein. I watched a Fundy Fridays video about the Tuttle twins. Got familiar with this. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I downloaded... Well, I got some Tuttle Twins videos, and I intend to play them. And you know what? since I'm thinking about it, let me just play like a minute or two of the Tuttle Twins so that I can see. Hang on, where is it? Tuttle Twins. So that I can see if it's, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, so I can see how stringent their copyright stuff is. You guys never heard of the Tuttle Twins? It's a TV show by Angel Studios, I think, and it's absolutely insane. It's a far-right extremist type deal. And this one is speaking highly of Bitcoin. It's a conservative extremist TV show. For children, obviously.
Ethan, hurry up!
We just need 20 more rubies, Emily. Then we can leave.
That creepy dot is getting closer!
Who, me?
Ah! It's a...
Oh, yeah.
A rock?
I'm sorry, how is that scary? Well, rocks are super scary.
So anyway, it's a far-right conservative extremist TV show, but we're not going to watch it right now.
People act like, oh, it's going to be so terrible. The optics are going to be so bad for the Republicans. Good. The Republicans deserve to be ashamed of what passes for conservative leadership. They're not conservatives. Most of them are hacks. Mitch McConnell at the top of the heap. And obviously...
Anybody that's against Donald Trump is a hack, apparently.
What happened to Kevin?
And he's not even, like, against Trump. He's in favor of Trump. It's just insane that these people... God, they need help, for real.
Mitch McConnell at the top of the heap. And obviously, what happened to Kevin McCarthy today, this is a warning to those who think we're just going to pass the buck. They're going to be maniacs, God bless them, like Matt Gaetz, that are going to stand between you and passing the buck. I praise God for where we are. And there are tons of Americans praying and praying and praying. The Lord would guide us through this.
That the Lord would guide us through this. Yeah. Eric Metaxas, as somebody rightly pointed out earlier in my chat here, Eric Metaxas is insane. He's a sociopath. I've heard him say some truly whacked out shit, for real. I don't know if Metaxas... I think Metaxas is... I don't think he's a true believer. I think Metaxas is a dishonest actor, simply trying to get rich off of this grift. I don't think that of everybody, but I think Metaxas is one of the people that applies to. Truthfully.
Amen to that. All right, let me show you, because you mentioned it. Let's go to that, what happened. Look at this, what happened on September 30th. New Capitol Police are circulating this photo of a man pulling the fire alarm.
Right. So I talked about this a few minutes ago. Jamal Bowman was trying to open a door and accidentally pulled the fire alarm in the process of trying to open a door. It was not an intentional effort to prevent something from happening or whatever. Like, the way that Republicans want to portray the situation is just made up. But the perpetual victims that they are, they're going to pretend that it is that.
30th. New Capitol Police are circulating this photo of a man pulling the fire alarm in the Cannon building. Looks a lot like Jamal Bowman.
The Cannon building, I went there. There are like 5 office buildings that that federal representatives have where their offices are. They have like a big Capitol building where the chambers are, where they hold their votes and stuff. But they have offices in a bunch of different buildings. Cannon is one of them.
Interestingly enough, that building is named after who I talked about at the beginning of the program. Jim Cannon was the last time it came up for a vote.
What? I don't remember him mentioning Jim Cannon. Okay. Is that even true? The most trivial stuff you got to doubt them on. I'm not sure if this is even true. Be skeptical.
So look at this NBC post. Bowman's office acknowledged he pulled the alarm, but suggested it was unintentional. I'm not sure how did he trip?
No, he was trying to get out of the door and thought that, you know, if you just press like the little thing in, then it will open the door. But apparently the little thing set off the fire alarm. That's my understanding. And I don't have any reason to doubt that that's true, because whatever they believe he's trying to prevent from happening was going to happen anyways. So, like, what was the point?
But look, it doesn't stop there. Let's go to MSDNC and see what they had to say.
MSDNC. Well, I don't know what MSNBC had to say immediately after, but I guess as we got more information on the situation, it became clearer that it was an accident.
Like, we should give him a little break. Maybe he accidentally pulled it. Watch.
Last thing I want to mention, and then we're going to take a quick break. There was a mention of Jamal Bowman, Congressman Jamal Bowman, and the pulling of some sort of fire alarm. And I just want to read for you some of the reporting so you understand what actually went on there. There were some reports that began to emerge about Representative Bowman, who was seen pulling some sort of fire alarm in the Cannon House office building earlier today. We got a statement on that saying...
Yeah, bear in mind, this is not in the Capitol building. This is in an office building that congressmen commonly use. This is not the Capitol.
Congressman Bowman did not realize he would trigger a building alarm as he was rushing to make an urgent vote. The congressman regrets any confusion, just to clarify some things on that, because I know there was likely some folks kind of scratching their heads wondering what it was they were asking.
That means that pulling the fire alarm couldn't have prevented a vote from happening, because it wasn't even at the Capitol building where votes take place. Dude just thought that he was going to be able to get out the door, apparently. Okay, that's believable, since it happened in the Cannon building. I didn't realize it took place in an office building. I thought this happened in... wow, how do I have, like, no... Zonite? That's bizarre. Okay. Anyways, I didn't realize that it happened in an office building. That kind of changes things for me.
Speaker McCarthy about.
I don't think anybody was scratching their heads, Pastor Mark. Come on. Did he think it was the... what does he think is going to happen? You pull that alarm? I mean, alarms are going to go off.
Well, I mean, I've tried to get out of a door before, and it said, do not pull or else. And everybody around me was like, it's fine. Go ahead and pull it. And so I pulled it, and it just opened the door. That's happened to me before. So, you know, I'm not, like, shooting the guy down or sitting here in disbelief or anything. I actually think I do believe the guy.
It wasn't the button for the elevator. Come on.
Well, listen, Pastor Gene, what do we expect from a Democrat, right? I mean, just think about the lunacy that's coming from the Democratic Party and those that are elected by that party.
Dude, the hate and derision and vitriol behind this guy's words is so disturbing.
The evil liberal left intention that is happening, and the things that are coming out of their mouth. These are the same people that believe that it's okay for a late-term baby to be aborted. These are the same.
No, that's a fabrication. I don't personally believe that it's okay for a baby to be aborted in the 9th month, unless there are special circumstances like, the baby is not going to survive. Like it's not even a baby. Like, the brain has not developed, or they have what is it? Hydrocephaly? Is that what it's called? I forget what it's called. Like, unless there are special circumstances, I'm not okay with that. But, you know, that nuance doesn't matter. Just hate on Democrats, hate Democrats no matter what. Hate anybody to the left of hunting the homeless for sport. The left is so dumb and yet so viciously smart. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it interesting how their enemy is simultaneously weak and strong? They're too strong for them to overcome, yet too weak to govern. But we're still the best ones to be in control here. Fascinating. I don't remember how to get in here. There's some way to get into this thing. Do I go up or down? I think I thought I went down, but maybe I go up. You know what? I'm going to try going up, and I'm going to place a little travel medallion here. travel pad. All right.
People who agree that that there's no longer two sexes in the world, but there are be whatever you want to be.
That there are be whatever you want to be. No, I don't hold that position, actually. I go with what science says, and science says that some people are trans. In fact, I don't even need to look at science to recognize that. I just need to look at the fact that some people are trans to realize that some people are trans. Simple as that. But this guy is willing to hate anybody for any reason. It's absolutely psychotic. Like, I don't know how this dude justifies some of the positions he holds. It's insane. Okay, so I went up. It must be down, right? I could have sworn. Is it down here? Here it is. Oh my God, dude. This is so ridiculously hard to find. I don't know why I was having so much trouble with that. I found it. I've beaten this game and gone through here like 16 times and I couldn't find it. Okay.
These are the same people that think that it is that instead of getting transgenders the mental help that they need and the healing that they need to be whole, these are the same people that celebrate this on a gross scale. So what do you expect for them?
Dude, what the hell is he talking about?
To what explanation that they would give to say, oh, he accidentally picked his hand up and accidentally put it onto the fire alarm and
Well, I mean, he didn't know that it was going to set off an alarm, I believe. He thought it was going to open the door instead. But I think this guy, personally, I believe that this guy is just a fool. I think he's one of the gullible suckers that fell for the nonsense. I don't think he's what's the word? I don't think that he is acting in such a way. I don't think that he is a bad actor in the sense that he like doesn't believe the things he's saying. He's saying it cynically to destroy other people. I don't think that's the case. I think that he's just a fool, honestly. Sadly.
Accidentally grabbed it and pulled it down, and accidentally the sound just went off at a time of a very critical vote.
I mean, in retrospect, I suppose it's... I suppose I can see a situation where... Did I just take his... I did. I just took his boat. Awesome. I suppose if people were trying to get out of the Cannon building, I suppose I can see to vote. I can see that. I can see that being a problem. But yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't buy that it was intentional.
Of course, they're going to make stupid stuff up because they have no morals in their policies. And I'm grateful that people like us will call evil out where it is.
Yeah. Okay, Rick, I got a question for you. Since you're the Constitution guy, you're the closest.
He's not a Constitution guy. He's an extremist nutcase.
Thing I've got to it. I meant that as a compliment. Sounded.
Yeah.
You know what I'm. You know what I mean.
Maybe.
Lance is not here, so I gotta harass somebody.
Yeah.
So isn't? I mean.
Why is he such a douchebag to the people that he talks to? Seriously. I mean, I know that it's jokes, it's deprecating jokes, but he's kind of an asshole, right?
Gotta harass somebody.
Yeah.
So isn't this the same thing people are supposedly in jail for from J6 about obstructing government operation?
Oh, interesting. So he's claiming that this guy obstructed government operation by pulling a fire alarm. If it was intentional, seems like it wasn't. And that makes him the same as the January 6th extremists that mounted an insurrection against U.S. representatives and went in with the intent, zip tie handcuffs on, gallows out front with the intent to take a hostage. This is the exact same thing, totally. 100%.
100%, man. And of course, the best Babylon Bee tweet yet is the one that said McCarthy was panicked and looking for a fire alarm earlier. He didn't find it, obviously. But anyway, this is exactly what I mean. Everything written in the statute that they used to charge the J6 defendants with, they could charge this guy with.
Well, I mean, they could, maybe, if it was an insurrection, if it was sedition against the U.S. government. It wasn't. And if it was intentional, it wasn't. There's nothing intentional about any of this, as far as I can tell. But, you know, guy lives in fantasy land, so he's going to spread complete nonsense as usual. That's Rick Green.
You know, interrupting a proceeding, in all of those things. And intent doesn't matter, according to them, anyway, because that's what they have argued with some of these J6 defendants.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. These people, the people who intended to interrupt the January 6th proceedings and set out to take hostages and stuff, they got higher, longer sentences than the people that were part of the crowd. People that were part of the crowd got a few years. Jacob Chansley, the QAnon shaman, he, I believe, and the court apparently also believes, was just a poor fool that was like in the wrong place at the wrong time, just a dummy that fell for propaganda. But there were actually people in the crowd who were prepared to wreak havoc intentionally in the January 6th crowd, and that's what they were doing. Completely different. That's why they were charged with sedition rather than, simply being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
It's I mean, listen, Eric nailed it. These guys have been treated in a two-tier justice system with none of their rights under the Bill of Rights upheld. It's been total abuse.
I mean, are we going through the January 6th stuff again? Really? These people can't give it up.
In the gulag for 3 years. I think they need to get some of their own medicine. Of course, it's not going to happen because the D.C. prosecutors are leftist and they don't believe in biblical justice. They only believe in social justice, which means
DC prosecutors are leftists? Are you kidding me? Okay, my wife's in law school. Let me tell you one thing that I've learned about, the area or about the law or lawyers or whatever that I didn't recognize before. Dude, I don't ever remember actually fighting this. This is a first for me, I think. I don't remember this part of the game. Interesting. Anyways, prosecutors are right-wingers almost every single time. Dude, how do I not remember this part? That's crazy.
The prosecutors are leftist and they don't believe in biblical justice. They only believe in social justice, which means, this guy happens to be of the right party. And so because he's of the right political persuasion, he will not be prosecuted. But yes, that was not a short answer. Short answer to your question is 100% they could go after him with the exact same statutes they're going after the J6 folks with.
No, they couldn't. They went after them for sedition. And for, what was it, conspiracy to something or other? I don't even remember what it was that they went after them for. Completely different situation. Completely different.
And look, those people didn't mean to do this. Some of them were looking. There are people in jail that got sentenced to years in prison.
Yep.
For not even walking in the building. They were standing outside.
Gene, there are people that were doing nothing but praying. I mean,
oh, my God. They were praying. We should have just giving them a chance. What? They didn't do anything, guys. They're just praying. No, these people set out to commit sedition against the U.S. government. I'm sorry, man. I cannot stand by and let them propagandize like this and defend people who set out to take advantage of the government and to take hostages, to be absolute nutcases. Dude, what am I supposed to be doing here? I don't understand. I can't shoot through his little shield here. Am I supposed to be shooting in the back or what? Like, how do I... All right, let me look this up. I don't even remember fighting this battle. Hebra mine. Hang on, let me just look this up. As soon as you hit him with an item or arrow, it'll jump out of construct, open to more attacks. You want to stand out of his way, swings at you, spend most of the fight unguarded. Ranged attacks. Yep. Okay, hang on. Attacks can be dodged, particularly easy to avoid the cannons. Can attack the suit, knock it into the electrified fence to get Koga out of the suit. You can attack the suit and knock it into the electrified fence? Well, I tried, but it didn't let me. I was trying to hit him and it wasn't working. Maybe I need to hit him with something harder? Or heavier? Let's see. Do I have something heavier that I can hit him with? Some item that I can equip to... Let's see. All right, let me try just... All right, I've got it. Let me try... I think I got an idea. Let's see. Shit. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Give me just a second to see if I can figure this out. Let me just try dropping this. Picking this up. And now I'm going to equip. Okay. Now I'm going to hit him with a cannon. Hit him with a cannon. Oh, shit. Shit! Okay, just keep hitting him with this cannon. There we go. Now I'm gonna try knocking him into the fence. There we go. Okay, finally. Dude, I don't know why I couldn't figure that out. Where the hell is he? Oh, there he is. That was bizarre. I don't remember ever doing that fight before. Anyway, okay, let's keep listening.
Literally came to the Capitol to pray and did so for days before the event. And when they went into the Capitol, there was no barrier. The police invited them in. They walked around the rotunda and walked out.
All right, this is insane. None of this is true. This is all completely fabricated to protect the January 6th people. They were extremists who attempted an insurrection on the U.S. government, and they deserve to be in there. Some of the people were in the wrong place at the wrong time and were useful idiots, as the Soviets used to call them. They were just there to support Donald Trump. That's it. And they ended up getting themselves put in jail for a few years. But you know what? They interrupted an official proceeding and took part in a riot and deserved to be put in jail because they were taking part in an insurrection, whether they were aware of that or not.
Out. Of course, there was no intent on their part to interrupt a proceeding or any of the other things they've been charged with. So yeah, I mean the injustice, and we're not talking one or two people here, Gene. Right. We're talking now over 1,000, and they're going after another 1,000. It's one of the greatest travesties in American history and one of the biggest injustices.
Okay, I've talked about this so many times. I'm just so sick of it at this point. Like, this is ridiculous. The January 6th people were guilty, okay? And going after another 1,000? I haven't heard a word about that, but okay.
In American history, without doubt.
That's so true. Pastor Hank, you see all this, you hear the conversation, what's going on. I mean, we've got...
Do these people ever get sick of repeating the same shit over and over again? I am so tired of talking about the January 6th nutcases, seriously. How is it that these people can go on and on and on and on and on about it and not get tired of it? Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. It feels like, and I'm just going to use that term, it feels like suddenly things are moving. There's not just a shift. Things are actually moving.
Because the Speaker for the House was removed from his position?
Yeah, well, there is. And I think, first of all, Pastor Gene, you know, in that video with that man pulling the fire alarm, I mean, you just celebrated your 29th birthday last week. How many times did you ever have this sudden urge to pull a fire alarm?
That's not what happened.
You've got Rick Green. He's lived 7 decades here on the earth. I guarantee you he never has.
Wait, Rick Green is 70 years old? We talking this dude? How old is Rick Green? Okay, he's 52. Holy shit! This guy guessed he was 70? That is a big leap. Oh my God. Rick Green is not going to be happy about that one. I'm sorry. Rick Green's not going to be happy about that one, I bet.
Stand. And more of the American...
Hold on, let me find where I was.
Decades here.
Where was I?
Yeah. Well, there is. And I think, first of all, Pastor Gene, you know, in that video with that man pulling the fire alarm, I mean, you just celebrated your 29th birthday last week. How many times did you ever have this sudden urge to pull a fire alarm? You've got Rick Green. He's lived 7 decades here on the earth. I guarantee you he never has.
Okay, so he called Gene Bailey 29 and Rick Green 70? Why? Why did he do that?
And most people really...
I understand it was a joke. It just was not a funny joke at all. I did not find humor in that at all.
Don't unless there really is an emergency. But here's the problem. These people have been doing this, pulling these false alarms, continuing to create diversions, distractions. They're guilty of the very things that they say that they're innocent of, and they try to hang on the very innocent and command and declare that they're guilty. God is exposing things, and this is what we have to understand. And more...
God is exposing things. Okay.
And more of the American people are beginning to realize the foolishness of what these people are doing. And they think that we're just going to continue to look the other way or really take their position and see their point. America's not seeing their point, and there's a...
No, I think America is seeing the point here. This is what's so fascinating to me about this situation. Okay, think about this. Republicans lost gloriously because of what they did with Roe v. Wade. They lost in the midterm elections, the 2022 midterm elections. They lost because removing Roe v. Wade was not a popular position at all. Republicans are completely out of step with what the American people want. But the most disturbing and bizarre thing about this entire situation is the fact that Donald Trump, though being extremely unpopular, still got 71 million or 73 million votes or something like that. It's still 60-40. Completely out of step with the American people, but 40% of the American public still votes Republican. What is going on right now? How is it that we ended up with 40% of the country being nutcases like this? I mean, 40% isn't enough to control certain things like the Senate chamber, the presidency, and stuff like that. But holy Christ, dude, seriously. How is it that so many millions of people have been suckered into the Republican position? Not just that, but the Trumpist extremist position, seemingly. I don't get it.
The reason that they're the donkey party is because they're acting like that, and people are waking up to it. Now, to answer your question, lastly, look, there's change in the air, and it's so important that those that are watching tonight, that you do not get tired, that you don't grow weary in well-doing. Because, listen, a prophet spoke in 1 Kings 18:41, after a hard season of 3.5 years. Think about how long we've been in this harsh season. And he said, listen, I hear a sound. Something is shifting. Something is changing. And he began to announce it, and there was no evidence whatsoever of the very thing that he was prophesying. And I'm here to tell...
Okay, so the Book of Kings, what he's talking about here, Book of Kings largely talked about, the various different kings of Israel, the book of Samuel, 1st and 2nd Samuel, and stuff like that. It was about King Saul, King David, King Solomon, all the way down the line through the books of Isaiah and Jeremiah and stuff, right? And the minor prophets. So what he's talking about, these guys that Hank Kunman is referencing right now in the book of Kings, 1st Kings, 2nd Kings, they were just supposed prophets that were helping the Israelites come to conclusions about their planting season and stuff. They were just supposed prophets that were giving localized, specific prophecies about the weather and stuff. And Hank Kunneman here is expanding upon that and turning it into some prophecy that applies to today. It's absolutely absurd, the way that Hank Kunneman uses, not just Kunneman, but every prophet, supposed prophet out there, Julie Green and others. They use those old prophets that were just prophesying about localized things, about the planting season, and apply it to every day, like to today.
Oh, the American people, yes, there's chaos. Yes, there's bad things. Yes, there's foolishness like you saw with that fire alarm. Yes, we're seeing our country looking as though it's being destroyed every day. But change is in the air. And I hear another alarm. And I'm telling you, it is a sound that is blowing, and it's the sound that is waking up in Zion a remnant who is praying, and they are turning the hand of God that is bringing his justice at this time. And we will see
Boy, this guy knows how to filibuster.
The things we've prayed for, stood for. We're going to see a change. And I tell you, it may be the size of a man's hand at first, may not look like it, but ultimately it's going to break, just like in a dam. It just takes a little bit of a crack, and then boom, you can't stop what's coming. And I'm telling you, the enemy cannot stop, as well as these, what's coming. And
what the hell is he even talking about? He's just going on and on about nothing.
America will be and is being saved.
Dude, I thought that he was going to stop by now. He's still going, for real.
Amen. And you know, it's a miracle in itself that we actually have a picture of the person who pulled the fire alarm.
Wait, was all of that really about a fire alarm? Are you kidding me? Bro, give me a break. He accidentally pulled the fire alarm. Come on. I mean, this would have been resolved in the House anyways, if it even caused any problems. It didn't. So, come on. Get over yourself, guys. God, they're, like, so obsessed with themselves.
You know, when you think about it, the things that could have been hidden, that wasn't hidden. So, yes.
Yeah, you know why? There are cameras, you know, behind every blade of grass in D.C., practically. There's a camera that covers every square inch of the Capitol building, I think, or just about. And all of the Capitol buildings, like the offices and everything else, they're all covered in cameras, of course.
Agree.
But that's, you know, it's a miracle from God that we had cameras there, apparently.
Have good things to be happy about. All right. President Trump. Meanwhile, President Trump responds after his first day with court. Look at this, and then I'll go to Pastor Mark. Watch.
Well, I think that was very good. At last.
Oh, yeah. If you're unfamiliar with what was going on at this moment, Donald Trump was in court over his business dealings in New York City. Basically, Letitia James, like that whole case where that was being brought against him for fraud, for lying on his tax records and business records and stuff like that. All of that is coming back to bite him in the ass, basically. And it sounds like it's very likely, at the very least, it's possible that he may be banned from operating or from doing business at all in New York. That's a pretty big deal. It's not going well. And unfortunately for Trump, if you're watching this 5 years in the future or something, Donald Trump's attorneys forgot to check the box that says, I want a jury hearing, apparently. So the judge gets to make all of the big decisions instead of a jury. That's on them. That is their fault.
And then I'll go to Pastor Mark. Watch.
Well, I think that was very good. That last 5 minutes was outstanding because the judge essentially conceded that the statute of limitations that we won at the Court of Appeals is in effect. Therefore, about 80% of the case is over. I was going to come out and say that, as you know, we're not entitled to a jury, which is pretty...
No, you are entitled to a jury if your stupid-ass lawyers had checked the box, but they didn't, so... You're not entitled to a jury because you hire bad lawyers, probably because the good ones won't go anywhere near your case.
Unusual in the United States of America, so we think it's very unfair that I don't have a jury, but
Blame your lawyers for that one, Donald.
the judge's last statement was very fair, and if I...
Sadly, we couldn't get any cameras in, so we don't actually fully know exactly what was said or any of that stuff, but, you know, apparently Donald felt that overall it was very unfair, but the last 5 minutes were very fair. I don't know.
But the judge's last statement was very fair, and if I read it right, I'll let perhaps one of the lawyers speak to it. But Cliff, maybe you'll speak to it if you would. But the way I interpret that, and the way everyone else in the room seems to interpret that, is that the statute of limitations is a very real thing in this country, and that would be about 80% of this case would be over.
Okay, again, I don't know what the hell he's talking about exactly, but I do know that the statute of limitations exists in this country, because how are you going to charge somebody with a crime after 20 years? All of the evidence and the witnesses have gone away, basically. That's also why Donald Trump likes to delay any case that he has. He's always done it this way, civil cases or whatever. He tries to delay the case as long as humanly possible, because the longer he can delay the case from taking place, the better chance he has of winning. Witnesses die or get cold feet, evidence degrades, so on and so forth. So I'm actually in favor of a statute of limitations in some cases. I don't know about this specific case. I would have to know more about it to say if it's reasonable or not. Also, the statute of limitations, the use of the statute of limitations is changing now, because we have DNA evidence and we have, you know, cameras from here to Texas, and technology is exploding in the world now, and that may actually completely erase the need for a statute of limitations in the vast majority of cases, if not all cases. I don't know. It just kind of depends, I suppose, but we'll see.
Mark Burns, statute of limitations ran, I mean, over 80% of it seems like this is lawfare just to keep him busy, and whatever they can do to keep him out of running. What's your take on what we've seen today?
But he is running. What are you talking about?
Well, you know, Pastor Gene, the American people just aren't falling for this. I mean, again, every time.
They aren't falling for this. Well, there's nothing to, quote unquote, fall for, because he's guilty of this stuff. But either way, I don't, as far as I can tell, his polls are not going up. These people seem to believe that Trump is polling really, really well, even better every time he gets an indictment. That's not the case. Or every time he goes to court or whatever. I don't believe that's the case as far as we can tell.
Time that the Biden Gestapo DOJ goes after.
Wow, Biden Gestapo DOJ. How fucked up is it to compare the Biden administration to Nazis like that? That is deeply whacked out, right? Is it just me?
Donald Trump, every time there is a bump in the polls, every time he gets a bump in the polls, because...
That's false. No. As far as I can tell, every time he's indicted for something new or whatever, he does not get a bump in the polls.
Americans are realizing that what they're doing to Donald J. Trump, no person should have to do it. No person should have to go through that, let alone a former president and the leading candidate who is most likely, based off of every poll, would beat Joe Biden in a head-to-head election. And so this two-tier system is one of the reasons why
I don't think that's true. Trump has the best chance of beating Biden in a head-to-head election? That doesn't sound right. That sounds made up. Welcome, Count Juan, by the way. He delays cases trying to force them into the court of public opinion instead of a real court. Yeah, that's absolutely true. You're right. Yashi Stampedes, 100%. That is Donald Trump's strategy, has been for a long time.
Who is most likely, based off of every poll, would beat Joe Biden in a head-to-head election. And so this two-tiered system is one of the reasons why Matt Gaetz was successful, because Republicans are tight. And I love what Pastor Hank...
Now, you know why Matt Gaetz is successful in removing Kevin McCarthy from the speaker position? Because he made it so that all you need to bring a vote of no confidence is a single person, and he has like 8 people on his side. It only takes 8 people, basically, to remove him because there's such a thin majority in the House. That's why he got Kevin McCarthy removed from his position as Speaker. Not because the majority of the House, doesn't trust McCarthy or whatever other thing. Democrats are, of course, going to vote McCarthy out because he's a Republican. And he stabbed Democrats in the back as well. McCarthy did. Very recently. Blamed the government shutdown or the potential for government shutdown on Democrats when it was his fault, not Democrats' fault.
Said earlier that even though we removed Kevin McCarthy, now Republicans have to unite more than ever, get behind Donald J. Trump and start going after the liberal policies by Democrats. Go out just as hard to go after the evil that is happening within the policies of America. Until then, Donald Trump has said it 1,000 times. He said it personally to me. Pastor, if they can come after me, trust me, they can come after you and your church. And for every believer that's watching this broadcast, you need to make sure you are praying like never before.
Yeah, prayer has totally worked in the past to resolve your problems, right? Absolutely.
Weapons are not carnal, but they are mighty, they are spiritual, and we have some principalities and territories to take over. You have to be doing it now in the spirit, because if we lose our country, we will lose our churches here in America.
Amen. All right, thank you.
If we lose our country, we'll lose our churches. I think he meant to say that the other way around. If we lose our churches, we lose our country. I mean, that's completely false and delusional, but okay.
Mark, I know you have to go, got a plane to catch, but listen, we do have a covenant, as our founder, Kenneth Copeland, says. We've got a covenant, and we're relying on that covenant between God himself and George Washington, between God himself and Robert Hunt in 1607. We're going to...
Right, so right now they're calling out to a really psychotic belief that basically Jews sailed from Israel to the British Isles and then from the British Isles to America, and George Washington was one of them. He was Jewish, and he made a new covenant. Robert Hunt, as he mentioned, in 1607, and George Washington made a new covenant with God. Now the covenant is not with Israel, it's with America, basically. Basically, that's the claim. That's the whole idea. And it's just complete nonsense, of course. George Washington wasn't Jewish. I have no idea who this Robert Hunt guy was, or what his genealogy was more specifically. But there's no quote-unquote new covenant with new Israel. And as they claim, Donald Trump is not the new Messiah. That's like a fundamental piece of the whole thing. Trump is the new Messiah because this is new Israel and there's a covenant and everything. It's just psychosis.
Stand on that covenant. Things are turning around. They're already getting better. We have a reason to be encouraged. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, more about President Trump's woes, as well as Joe Biden talks about his time with Strom Thurmond, or not. We'll be right back.
Okay, wow, that was the end of part 1 to this. Absolutely absurd from top to bottom. Every last bit of this is insane. ADHD is playing up badly. See you tomorrow. Thank you, playing up badly. Thank you for coming, Eric. I appreciate it. And welcome. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow morning. Anyway, these people need help. For real. These people are absolutely unglued from reality. I wanted to cover the Kevin McCarthy stuff because that was important. I'm not sure what this is, though. What's this? We can probably cover something else if we want to.
We'll be right there in Minneapolis.
let's just jump forward and see what they talk about. They're just shouting out their shit right now. Oh, a gag order issued in Trump case. Remember this.
The Trump line story. Trump hit with a limited gag order forbidding him from talking about Judge Arthur Engoron and court staff. What's the purpose of this? Why would they issue this gag order?
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking maybe we'll watch this. This sounds pretty interesting.
So let me.
All right, yeah, let's see. Hold on. Just looking at the other stuff we've got going on here. See what I wrote down. Lindell Symposium, Caitlin Bennett. Okay. Russell Brand interviewed DeSantis, apparently. That's on my list. Fox Nation is another thing we could look at. Fox Nation. Let's see what we got going on Fox Nation. Oh, God, that was, what was his name? He's the dude from, okay, it's gone now. That's weird. Oh, yeah, here it is. Sam Bankman-Fried. Couldn't remember his name. Let's see. What do we got? Talk Nation. Is that Nancy Grace? I thought Nancy Grace left Fox. Let's see here. God, it's going really slow. Why is it lagging? Hold on. I'm just looking. What do we got going on here? Wow, Nancy Grace is on here, apparently. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Hang on, let's see. Magnificent Mischief. Hannity and Ingram. What's this? Hannity, Tuesday, October 3rd.
They're back. You are going to jail today?
First speaker,
I believe.
in a Hannity history.
Okay, here we go. Oh, please don't hit me with copyright.
And welcome to Hannity History on Capitol Hill tonight. 8 Republican lawmakers joining all 208 House Democrats to remove Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker, the first time in our nation's history. And McCarthy will not seek the speakership again. Now, sources telling me at this hour...
Dude, if I were McCarthy, honestly, I would quit politics and I would give everybody a piece of my mind. I'd walk away. I'd say, fuck it. I'm done. But that's just me. I would be completely fed up at this point. Okay, so I'll tell you what. Let me just, hang on. Oop. Fox Nation. Let me pull up another Fox Nation and look for, I didn't know Cops was on Fox. Okay. Let's see. Ingram, Hannity, Deion Sanders. Who's Elon Musk? Brett Baer interview with Trump. They've done some absolutely insane comedy routines too. Let's see. Stand up. No. Comedy. Do you have any comedy specials that we could watch that are absolutely nuts? Tucker Carlson Originals. The Death of Comedy, question mark? The Deplorables Tour. What's this? Oh, apparently it's with Tommy Lahren. And it's got, what, it's a TV show apparently. Is it? What is this? Play latest?
It was the crime that rocked the nation.
Genetic genealogy is one of the most
Genetic genealogy? Okay. Don't those words mean the same thing?
Government is spared from a shutdown, but the showdown, well, that's just beginning. The show starts now.
Tommy Lahren is fearless.
Here is a written statement from your president.
This experience for the speaker has been one of a personal revelation. I'm not being facetious.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a poll. You guys tell me what you want to watch. What do you want to watch? Flashpoint, Trump gag order, Biden hate, etc. Tommy Lahren speaker, Tommy Lahren, Kevin McCarthy loses his seat. No, loses speakership. Or we can watch Sean Hannity. Yeah, okay. So those are the 3 votes. I'll give you guys, just vote on one, I guess. Share, copy, show results. Hold on. Let me just pull up YouTube and stuff here. 1 second so I can paste it to you guys. Okay. Pin. And then paste. If it works, it's not working. Why is this not working? Why is it not letting me copy? There we are. No, maybe it's... Are you kidding? There we go. All right, so it's pinned on Twitch, pinned on YouTube. Go vote in the poll. Let me know what you guys want to watch, and we'll watch that next, okay? And while we wait, I'll just put it in the corner here. Give you guys a couple of minutes to vote on it. Should be on both, right? Your mom in bed is not one of the options on the poll, unfortunately. I apologize for that one. Hunter Biden's laptop is also not on the list, but that I'm sure that'll be an integral part of whatever we watch, without a doubt. And so will your mom in bed. God, these people are nuts. The Golden Girls. Gay Asparagus. Awesome name. Hang on. Do I have... You know, every time I hear the word asparagus... Wait. Okay, every time I hear the word asparagus, I think about something specific. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. Right here. You know what? I'm going to download it, too. Give me a second. Oop.
In regular order.
Yeah, here. I think this is the video. Block. Paste. Just try to download. Awesome. Got it. Okay. All right.
Regular order. That I did the first time. Mr. Chairman, I would still point out.
It's complete chaos. Louis Gohmert is holding a hearing, or he's taking part in a hearing in the House of Representatives, I believe, the House Judiciary Committee. And out of nowhere, he starts yelling at this guy.
Now, regular order.
The gentleman from Texas will suspend. The gentleman's characterization of the Attorney General's answer is not appropriate exercise of the gentleman's right of personal privilege.
All right,
so
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Right. The gentleman may complete his statement, and then we'll move on.
All right, thank you. The Attorney General made statements that what I said was not true, when actually The reverse is what happened. I asked the Attorney General what was asked. This is my point of personal privilege, and then the gentleman will respond.
No, it's not a point of personal privilege.
Yes, it is. So when you attack somebody's integrity and say they made statements that were not true, then of course that raises a point of personal privilege. But the Attorney General failed to answer my questions about what was
after what he went back in regular order, Mr. Chairman.
Basically, what's happening right now is Louis Gohmert does not have a place to speak. He's saying, I'm claiming a point of personal privilege to speak on this issue when he doesn't have the right to in this situation. There is no reason for him to be speaking right now, but he's bulldozing his way into the conversation anyways, because that's what he does. He's kind of a scumbag like that. All right, keep listening here.
Gentlemen will suspend after what he went back in regular order, Mr. Chairman.
Aspersions on my asparagus.
You catch that? Don't cast aspersions on my asparagus.
Went back in regular order, Mr. Chairman.
Aspersions on my asparagus.
What? Don't cast aspersions on my asparagus? What the hell are you talking about right now? That's Louis Gohmert, baby. This dude is just wild. He is absolutely wild for real. Anyways, every time I see the word asparagus, I think about that little line right there. When did this happen anyway? This happened 10 years ago, at least? Wait, when was this? Great quote from a great man. Says, oh, God. Yeah, I think it's 10 years ago. Eric Holder addresses Rep. Louis Gohmert in House Judiciary hearing. Holder says something like, you don't know what you're talking about. That's really interesting. Oh, looking like Flashpoint. Okay. I think people want Flashpoint because we already talked about Kevin McCarthy. That makes sense. Okay. Well, we'll hit the rest of Flashpoint then. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give a little intro here. This is Gene Bailey. If you're unfamiliar, he is a hardcore Trump extremist. Would do anything for the dude. And he runs his TV show called Flashpoint. It's on Kenneth Copeland's TV network, Kenneth Copeland Ministries. Anyways, it's on his network, and they're about to talk about the fact that Donald Trump violated a gag order, basically. He was talking about witnesses in a case that against him, and that's like, if somebody else did this, they would be in prison right now for this. Seriously. The only reason Donald Trump is not in prison for talking about witnesses and attacking people in his case is because he's Donald Trump. That's it. Anyways, of course, these people, Kenneth Copeland and all of their his little minions, are really, really upset that Donald Trump has the possibility of a gag order being placed on him where he's not allowed to talk to or about the witnesses in one of his criminal cases or civil cases or whatever. They're super upset about it, and they're going to talk about it. So let's give this a listen, see what he has to say. This is Gene Bailey. He's the host. And while we do, we're going to play some Breath of the Wild, too, just kind of riding around getting some light roots and hitting shrines and stuff. So if you've never played it, it shouldn't bother you too much. It'll be in the background. But yeah, let's give this a listen. All right, awesome. That should be a good intro. All right, cool. Let's do it.
There at Living Word Christian Center. I want to see you there. All right. So let me go back here. Rick, look at this. Benny Johnson posts this tweet, and we'll kind of continue with the Trump line story. Trump hit with a limited gag order forbidding him from talking about Judge Arthur Engoron and.
Wait, isn't Benny Johnson a complete nutcase, a right-wing extremist nutcase? I'm pretty sure he is.
Trump hit with a limited gag order forbidding him from talking about Judge Arthur Engoron and court staff. What's the purpose of this?
To protect the judge and the court staff in his criminal case. I think it's a criminal case. He's got criminal and civil cases against him right now. The point is, it's to protect the people involved, because Donald Trump has control over a disturbing number of extremists, and all he has to do is call for the death of somebody, and suddenly somebody will do it. Some crazy nutcase will do it. That's why they gave Donald Trump a gag order, or why they're even talking about a gag order. I don't know that they even gave him a gag order.
Well, why would they issue this gag order?
It's petty, man, and you know, we've talked.
It's not petty. It's for the protection of the people involved. It's psychotic that they can't possibly not know that Trump has a disturbing degree of control over a whole bunch of extremists. They can't not know that, right? They must. I mean, there are some of those extremists. They're just looking for an excuse to defend Trump from this, seemingly.
Talked about this before with other cases, how much I dislike gag orders in any case. I think freedom of speech should allow you to talk about any case at any time publicly.
So what's happening is Trump is intimidating witnesses or intimidating people involved in the case. This guy is saying he believes that anybody should be allowed to intimidate witnesses if they want. That's what he's saying. I mean, really think about how absolutely absurd it is to say something like that, honestly. What a ridiculous thing to say. Yeah, people should be allowed to intimidate witnesses if they want. This guy needs help, for real.
But this whole thing, man, think about it. This judge is such a leftist hack. There's a video going around right now showing him in his own words about 7 years ago talking about how he gets to overrule jury decisions based on his emotions and based on how he feels. That's the type.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's talking about, if this is real or what's going on here. This does not sound real to me, but okay.
Type of guy we got on the bench here. And of course, as we know, we talked about this, I think it was last week or week before last, about this particular case. Who's the injured party here? I mean, even if Trump...
Who's the injured party? Are you kidding me? The gag order is designed to protect people, or protect the judge and others, the staff, from extremist attacks that Trump most definitely has the ability to orchestrate. Absolutely. That's what the gag order is for. Are you kidding me? Who's the victim? And by the way, victimless crimes, quote unquote, are still crimes, and there's still good reason for them to be crimes. I should probably back that up because some people disagree with that position. Let me think of a good example of a victimless crime. Okay, here's one. Prostitution, as it exists today, is really, really dangerous. I'm not talking about the type of prostitution that you find in, let me pick a different one. Drug use is a victimless crime, technically, but it leads to societal dysfunction and collapse. If it happens enough, if a town is filled with enough drug use, it will cause an obscene amount of problems for everybody involved. Robberies and attacks and burglaries and murders and blah, blah, blah. All that stuff goes up when drug use goes up in a town. So technically victimless, you're using a drug, you're doing your thing, you're not hurting anybody else. But statistically, attacks go up in the town. Bad situations happen more often. And also, you're the victim. Nothing is really, truly victimless. No crimes, or almost no crimes, are really, truly victimless. I think most crimes have at least one person as the victim, you. Now, you can argue that you should be allowed to make your own choices if you want, but on certain things, I don't think so. Drug use is bad. I mean, I come from a drug use background, and I have a degree in substance abuse counseling, and I feel it's important to not use drugs. It's a good example of a quote-unquote victimless crime that is still a crime and still should be a crime. Well, it shouldn't be a crime. I mean, we should deal with it in different ways than we are right now. I'm just saying it shouldn't be accepted in society.
Thought more highly of his properties and the value of those properties than other people did. Who was harmed? None of the banks were harmed. Nobody that loaned money in these cases were harmed. Everybody.
Okay, so let me explain what happened. This is the case. Donald Trump got some assessor to claim that Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. He's keeping 2 sets of books. So Trump had it assessed at $18 million, I think, or $26 million or something. I don't know exactly what he had it assessed at, or I don't know what it was assessed at originally. And he used that for tax purposes. So he had to pay a much lower property tax rate. You were harmed. As a citizen of this country, you were harmed by that action. Donald Trump was getting away with not paying the taxes that he duly owes. And then he turned around and told the banks that it was worth way more than it actually was, which gave him the ability to get loans much, much easier, much higher loans based off of the equity that existed in the house. I think I'm using that correctly. He claimed that the house was worth, or that the property's worth $300 million or $1 billion or something. No, he claimed it was worth $1 billion or $1.5 billion when it's only worth $300 million or something. So the banks were loaning him money based off of the assessment that it was worth a certain amount, and he's paying the government, us, a certain amount based off of a different assessment when it was really not worth the amount, either of the amounts listed. That's what happened. That's what this whole crime was about. And you are the injured party as a citizen of this country. As far as the banks go, a lot of people will probably disagree with me on this, but I don't believe that it's a good thing to take advantage of anybody. Now, banks take advantage of people. That's a problem. But banks taking advantage of people doesn't mean that they should be taken advantage of as well. 2 wrongs don't make a right and all that, I think that the crime is not victimless. There are victims here. The banks and you as a member of the government, or as a citizen of the government, or a citizen of the United States.
Everybody got their money back, made money on their money. Everybody won. So this is just an attempt, again, to go.
No, not everybody got their money. We didn't. As citizens, we didn't get our money back. He kept 2 sets of books to avoid paying taxes. But, of course, Rick Green doesn't care about that, right? He doesn't care about taxes. He thinks that we shouldn't pay taxes at all, that they shouldn't exist or whatever.
Go after this man and his family and try to destroy his life, destroy his family, take his property. That's what leftists do. That's why what Eric said earlier in the program, this whole idea of a 2-tier justice system, it destroys a nation. That's why what's happening in Congress has to change. Again, people knowing what time it is, realizing just what it is we're up against here. They're trying to absolutely destroy the nation and the justice system.
And it's the leftists. The leftists are the evil cabal that are out to get everybody, right? And Trump is 100% completely and totally innocent, always has been. He's just this poor guy that's being taken advantage of by everybody around him. Isn't it awful what they do to him? This is like embarrassing, dude. Seriously.
You can't have a free nation and a constitutional republic if you have a 2-tier justice system.
All right, let me go to Eric out of that.
Yeah, the 2-tier justice system does exist in the country. Donald Trump getting away with all the shit that he got away with for so long is evidence of a 2-tier justice system. Trump being charged with the crimes that he committed is an attempt to reverse the 2-tier justice system, at least a little bit, at least to some degree. Hang on, I'm actually going to order some food. I don't normally order food for lunch, but I'm going to this time. I have tuna in the fridge. I could probably eat a tuna fish sandwich, but that's okay. Nobody else around. It's just going to be me getting food, so let's see here. Hang on. Give me a second here. I don't know if you guys ever had a cheesy bean and rice burrito from Taco Bell. I used to eat the holy fuck out of those things, seriously. Oh my god, I ate so many cheesy bean and rice burritos, it's ridiculous. It's obscene. Obscene is the word. They were $1 on the Taco Bell menu back in the day, forever ago, I think, or maybe $2. I don't know. Dirt cheap, and I ate so many of them. It was ridiculous. When I was in the drug world, actually, you know, I'd get like $35 from somebody, and I'd take 30 of it to spend. No, I'd take 25 of it to spend on drugs, 6 of it to put in the tank to get there, you know, $6 in gas to get to where I could get the drugs. And then I would get 2 cheesy bean and rice burritos myself, one for me and one for my girlfriend at the time, back in the day. So, yeah. Okay. Let's continue.
Eric, you want to comment on that? I mean, this is two-tier justice system. I would say anybody in America right now is looking at this going, yeah, for sure. Your thoughts?
Well, that's the point. Listen, we should be weeping over this. Like,
this dude's insane. Seriously. We should be weeping over a gag order to protect witnesses and court staff? Really? We should be weeping over it? This is one of the people I don't believe buys anything that he says. I think he is cynically using this to get himself further, honestly. Mark Burns, I really think he's just a dummy, but not this guy. I think he knows what he's doing.
Your thoughts?
Well, that's the point. Listen, we should be weeping over this. Like, two-tier justice system are just words. This is evil. This is absolute evil. The United States of America, patriots have died for our liberties.
This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Patriots have died, okay? Patriots have died to allow Donald Trump to intimidate witnesses. There's something wrong in this country when Donald Trump isn't allowed to intimidate witnesses anymore. Patriots have died. This is like, who was it? Was it Mark Burns in another episode? He's like, transgenderism, okay? Transgenders. Just embarrassing and sad, man, for real.
A system of justice, the idea that people would be abusing it to this point, the idea that we would have judges like this judge so high-handedly behaving, it is inconsistent with who we are as an American people.
A judge is acting high-handed? You mean heavy-handedly? No, he isn't. He is protecting the court staff involved in this case. He's preventing Donald Trump from intimidating witnesses. This is a joke, dude. Seriously.
It is a grievous thing. I can only praise God that he is exposing this, and that there are going to be Americans today, every day, who have been on the fence. They see these things, and they finally wake up. That needs to be our prayer.
Yeah, that can be a prayer all you want. I don't think it's going to happen. As he's saying here, I don't believe that Trump is not moving up in the polls every single time something happens, every time he's indicted or every time whatever. He is staying in the news cycle, however, and that's what he wants ultimately. He just wants to be in the news cycle, good or bad. So Trump is getting what he wanted out of this ultimately. But either way, the judge should absolutely issue a gag order. I completely agree with that decision.
Those who can be awakened would awaken, because what we are seeing is astonishing. We need to be astonished and grieved, and we need to weep that this nation, under God, has been allowed to come to this place. And if you're...
Wait, this nation under God has been allowed to come to this place. What a bizarre thing to say. So is this God's fault? Is he blaming it on God or what?
You're not in the fight to change this. If you're going to a church that is not in the fight to change this, get out of that church. We need to be all in. This is about justice. These are sacred principles that have been eroded to a point that I never dreamt in my life we could see such things.
These people are psychotic, for real. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and you know, you wrote that book, Letters to the American Church. I gotta tell you, Eric, I am.
Yeah, the book he wrote, Letters to the American Church, it was a blueprint to extremism, to make people more psychotic, basically.
American Church.
Oh yeah, and Hank Kunneman, I believe, blessed the book and claimed that Metaxas was a prophet of God, and everything in the book was evidence of him being a prophet. All kinds of psychotic stuff. Seriously.
I gotta tell you, Eric, I am still shocked. We make some headway with the church in America, but it seems every time we make some headway, I'm stood up and face to face with someone that doesn't want to offend either their Democrat parishioners, or they want people to not mix politics with the church. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, you can be a right winger and not be fucking psychotic. It's possible to be both. It's possible to fulfill both roles. To be just largely a normal person and also believe taxes should be lowered or whatever. These people don't hold any policy. There doesn't seem to be any policy involved here. You know what these people believe in? Extremism. Destroying the fabric of society to take out all the transgenders, quote unquote, as Mark Burns would say. Insane.
It seems like we've really addressed the issue at hand, or we're actually ignoring what's going on. Explain about Letters to the American Church and how that addresses that.
Oh, wow. They're giving him a chance to talk about his book. Fantastic. There's a stupid plant in the way. There we go. Okay, I got green, I think. Oh, God, and I'm going toward it. Yeah. Okay. I flew right over top of the other one because I was trying to hit trying to detect it. Okay, sorry.
What's going on? Explain about Letters to the American Church and how that addresses that.
Well, I mean, the thesis of my book, Letter to the American Church, is that the silence of the American church in the face of evil.
Wow, I guess they're just going to give his book a shout out.
Today is precisely the same as the silence of the German church as the Nazis were rising in power. People.
Are you kidding me? Are you serious? You're telling me that you believe that churches not being extremist nutcases is turning the United States into Nazi Germany? Really? This is insane.
At the time, Christians at the time could have claimed, they said, look, we don't know where this is going. We think we'll be fine. We don't think it's time for us to get political and divisive. It was precisely the time. If you were tuned to the Spirit of God, you would have known. You would have had the discernment to say, we need.
No, I'll tell you what churches should have done and what some of the churches did do in Nazi Germany. Churches should have stayed completely out of politics, 100%, totally out of politics. And when people were in danger, protect them. What any good, decent human being would do. Help people get out of a bad situation that they were in as a result of an extremist state. By the way, these people right here that we're listening to are of the same form as the people in Nazi Germany, in all seriousness. I say that without any irony. These people are fascist extremists just like the people in Italy were, just like Mussolini was, you know, the creator of the fascist party, just like Hitler was, fascist. Extremists looking for any opportunity to hurt the people around them and take control of everything. Take control of the government. That's what it's all about with these people and with the Nazis.
Need to be all in against the evil that is rising. And if we who are the church do not stand against this evil, God will give us over to ourselves. The nation will be in ruins. That's what happened to Germany. That is exactly what is happening today. So I say to
this is absolutely embarrassing and sad. Seriously. To claim that Republicans are like Jews in Germany and that Democrats are basically like the Nazis. This guy obviously either doesn't understand history or assumes that you don't understand history. I personally believe he knows exactly what he's doing, what he's talking about, and is setting out to deceive people. That's just my personal opinion on the guy.
People, if you're going to a church that does not take these things seriously, that says we don't want to be political, oh, we don't want to be divisive, you need to run from that church as though you're running from a burning building. God has Jesus cursed the fig tree because it was not bearing fruit. Those churches that are playing church, they are not the church. They are playing church, and they are trying to hang on to numbers and people. They're not trusting God to provide for them. They're not trusting God to send them people. They are trusting in horses and in the things of the
Trusting in horses? What? What the hell is he saying?
flesh. And if you're going to that kind of a church, I beg you, brothers and sisters, get out, find a church where they are awake to where we are in the nation, prophetically.
Would you say woke? Is that the word you'd use? By the way, I saw something the other day that made me wonder if this is real or not. All right, check this out. Check out this picture. Hang on. Wait. Hold on. Let's see. So just want to save the image and then I can open it and show you guys what I'm looking at. All right, there we go. Open clips. Okay, here we go. I have like a clips folder, and I also have like images in that clips folder that have proven themselves to be useful in the past and interesting. Here's one of the images that I downloaded just so that I'd have it available. This is a transition from horse-drawn carriages to gas-powered cars in the 1920s. Horse-drawn carriage companies declined dramatically, and cars went up. I use this anytime people fearmonger about artificial intelligence taking over jobs or any of that stuff, basically. That's an interesting image. Let's see. Here's another one. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. Okay, sorry. Food is coming. Anyways, I found this image the other day. Just recently, an elementary school in my community plastered the wall with ABCs of socialist activism, teaching kids terms such as W is for woke, S is for social justice, and A is for activist. I mean, they simply showed W's and the word woke here. Is this fake? Did they, like, stick the word woke into here? Did they modify this? This is fake, right? Zero tolerance for Z. Y is yes, we can. And X is for xenophobia. Like, this is fake, isn't it? This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, this is just ridiculous. I don't believe that this guy is an honest actor. I think he is just like whoever fabricated that image or that wall. I think that they were faking it, and I think he is too.
To where we are, and to raising up a remnant to pray against it and to stand against it and to act against it.
So true. And I recommend all of you if you haven't read it, get Eric's book on Bonhoeffer. History shows us exactly what happens. Let me go to you, Pastor Hank.
So I guess that was just a shout out for his book. Okay, awesome.
That, you and I have talked about this often. Friends of ours or acquaintances of ours that end up not being willing to stand up. Are you seeing any shift there in your part of the country?
Friends or acquaintances won't stand up, okay?
You know, I am, there's a small remnant that's arising, but sadly, there still are those that are playing what I call spiritual Switzerland. You know,
spiritual Switzerland, right? Because in World War II, Switzerland wouldn't take a side one way or another, and they held money in their banks for the Allies and the Axis and everything. And somehow they didn't get, like, taken over by the Axis, by, Nazi Germany, bizarrely. I don't know how that happened. They were right in there. They were in Europe and were probably next on a list somewhere. But anyway, another comparison to Nazi Germany. Isn't that fascinating? They keep claiming that anybody to the left is a Nazi. Absolutely insane. Seriously. I think that they may have put the food outside my door. I'll go check in a second.
Listening to Rick Green and Eric here, and they mention about, it's really time to stand up, to do something. And if you look at 2 Samuel chapter 11, there was a time when David, the Bible says in 1 Samuel 17, he ran to the battle. He even said, is there not a cause? But in 2 Samuel chapter 11, he's like a lot of pastors. He's like,
I don't what's the point he's trying to make here? I don't understand.
A lot of people. It says it was time for the kings to go forth out to battle. And David decided to withdraw from the battle, take himself out of the battle like a lot of pastors are.
Wait, who decided to?
From the battle, take himself go forth out to battle. And David decided to withdraw from the battle.
Wait, what's he talking about? David decided to withdraw from the battle? I'm not sure which battle he's referring to, but wouldn't that be an argument to not get involved in politics? Is he giving us an argument to not get involved? It sounds like it, right?
Take himself out of the battle like a lot of pastors are. I saw a pastor recently, and I truthfully lost respect. And they said, I'm just about preaching the gospel. I stay out of politics. I just preach the word. And I thought to myself,
okay, I don't believe Hank Kunneman knows anybody that does that. I don't believe for a second that he associates with a single person that is not a Trump extremist. You cannot convince me that he knows anybody like that.
While you hand America's future to us who are standing and who are preaching the gospel, and so that you can do what you said is your lane or your calling. But what they don't realize, that pastor, is if he doesn't stand up, and if we don't stand up, he won't be able to preach the gospel. And just like David.
Really? So if they don't vote for Donald Trump, then they won't be allowed to preach the gospel anymore because, as they said about Joe Biden, apparently it's going to be the next Democrat in office. You wait and see. It's going to happen. Joe Biden isn't doing it right now, but the next Democrat in office is going to prevent churches from existing. They're going to ban churches. Absolutely. Yeah, that checks out.
David, you take yourself out of the battle, and here's what happened to David, and it's happening to a lot of people that are withdrawing themselves, they're being silent, is he got seduced. He got seduced by Bathsheba. Today, people are being seduced by, well, I can't speak out, I can't judge, I can't, involve myself in politics. That's a very, very dangerous place to be. But
yeah, I'm sorry, I don't believe he knows anybody that is not a Trump extremist. You can't convince me of it. All right, let me go check my door because they were supposed to have already been here. Hang on. I'll be right back. Nope. Still not here. That's weird. I heard the elevator. So maybe it'll be here in a second. That's weird. I feel like I don't want to play it yet or move because they're going to be here in a second. Let me just check the app and see if it says it's been delivered yet. It says it's been delivered. All right, let me go check again, and if it's not outside my door, I suspect they left it downstairs. And that means I have to go away for about 5 minutes. I'll just play something so that you guys won't be bored to tears. Hold on, they took a picture. Oh, please don't tell me they left it downstairs. Okay. Those bastards. All right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to let this continue to play. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, okay? Shouldn't take too long. And I'm also going to write the spot down so I know where we were. Let's see, where were we? $39.55. Okay, I will be back in just a second, okay?
Pastor Gene, I really believe with all my heart that there was a time, if I could say this without taking too much time, in Exodus 14, there are two conditions that's happening. Number one, people are blaming. They blamed Moses. Moses was the leader that God raised up. Today, I'm watching pastors and congregations can't even discern God's hand on Donald Trump. It's the fact we're talking about him. He's still standing. There's an anointing on him. If CNN and Fox was reporting today, they would make you all believe that Daniel would have died in the lion's den, or he died. Or they would make you think that it was all over for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But no, there was the fourth man that appeared. God stopped the mouths of lions. There's something on Donald Trump that cannot be stopped. There was something on Moses that could not be stopped. Second, the people in Exodus 14 wanted to go back to Egypt. They were so quick to be willing to lose their freedoms. And that's what Eric is talking about. We've got to wake up or we're going to lose our freedoms.
That's so true. We must wake up. But like you said, both you gentlemen have said, we need to look back at history, see, or look back in the Word. We will get the direction we need.
Amen.
That's why it's important. If you don't know what's going on, it's important you find out what's going on. In fact, Joe Biden said this about when he left the Senate in Strom Thurmond. Watch.
When I left the Senate, I was able to convince Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act. Strom Thurmond.
Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond. North Carolina. Strom Thurmond. All right, well, let's break that down a little bit. He said when he left the Senate, he convinced Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act. However, Rick Green, Thurmond died in 2003. Biden left the Senate in 2009. The Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. Strom Thurmond actually voted against it. Rick, this is amazing stuff.
I can't help but think about, I was doing this event with a congressman that had just turned 81, and he's actually introducing me, and he goes, Rick, you probably think I'm old at 81, but he said, I went to Senator Strom Thurmond's 100-year birthday party, and Thurmond looked over at me and said, oh, to be 80 again. Anyway, that's all I could think about when you mentioned Strom Thurmond. I have to go back to Eric for a second. I'm telling you, this book, Letter to the American Church, and I know I was poking fun of Eric earlier because country boys love to make fun of the Yale graduates, but this book is the only book I recommend in our one-year Bible study. So we go through the Founders Bible every year with thousands of Constitution coaches around the country. And at the end, the last few days of the year, they read Eric's book, Letter to the American Church. And here's why. Because the people that Hank's talking about, these pastors that say, oh, you're just supposed to be preaching the gospel. Those pastors obviously don't know what the gospel is, because Jesus said the gospel was to make disciples of all nations, teaching them to obey everything I've commanded. They're lying about what the gospel is. They're limiting the gospel to just sharing Jesus instead of actually teaching Jesus and making disciples. And what Eric is doing in this letter is he's giving us this intellectual ammunition we need to take to those pastors and wake them up. So it's the one book that we recommend in our Bible study throughout the year. So, Eric, God bless you for writing it, man. We need it desperately. I have coaches all the time asking, Flashpoint Army people asking all the time, how do I convince my pastor to do a biblical citizenship class? How do I get them into biblical civics? And I say, give them Letter to the American Church, because if that doesn't wake them up, do exactly what Eric said. Leave and go find a Black Robe Regiment pastor that will actually teach the whole counsel of God.
All right, I'm going to let Eric comment, but first I'm going to play this clip and let him talk about it. Bill Maher talks about Ruth Bader Biden. Watch.
New rule, someone has to convince President Biden that if he runs again, he's going to turn the country back over to Trump and go and go down in history as Ruth Bader Biden. The person who doesn't know when to quit and so does great damage to their party and their country. All of us who like Joe Biden have been struggling lately with the political situation in the Democratic Party. An incumbent we admire who acquitted himself well in a first term, but who even members of his own party don't want to see run for a second. You know that future headlines bit we do? Well, the most predictable headline ever is presidential race tied. 2 weeks before every election, it's always tied, no matter who is running. The vast majority just vote for the D or the R. But Biden is the one Democrat who gives pause to so many people, even in his own party. Joe, you did noble service for your country, and you checked that big box, the President of the United States. Of course, as a politician, you're naturally going to say, but the work is not finished. Of course not. It never is. But it's time to let someone else finish it. You don't want to go down as Ruth Bader Biden. America is calling, Joe, and it's saying, that's not our car, Grandpa. We're over here.
All right, let me, I mean, that's funny, and he's making fun of Joe Biden there, which I must say, the reason, when you say, Gene, why did you, that was so disrespectful? No. Let me make sure you understand that it is not his age that is the problem. It's not age. It's the mental capacity of what Joe Biden's dealing with is what we're talking about. This is running the free world, the most important world leader, or was. You know, Eric, when we see this, what was meant in jest really is the rest of the world is mocking us because of Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, look, it's got nothing to do with his age. It's got nothing to do with his mental capacity. It has everything to do with his moral character. The man has no soul. He does not believe in anything except power. He will do anything and go along with any leftward American destroying policy if that suits him. He's the definition of political hack. Exactly what the founders instituted was this idea that we're going to have a country governed by the people. We're not going to have people who are just amassing power and they're a political class and we're under them. That's the antithesis of the founders.
Okay, I'm back. Thanks for waiting for me, guys. I appreciate that. Give me just a second, okay? Hold on. I live in a place that has security because I get threatened by extremists a lot, you know? Obviously. And they take it seriously, who is allowed into the building and who isn't. Very seriously. All right, hang on. So sometimes, if the person doesn't have an ID, like the delivery person, if they don't have an ID, then they're not allowed into the building. And delivery drivers know that, and they want to save some time, so a lot of the time they'll just say, oh, yeah, I don't have any ID. I don't believe for a second that they don't, but you know what? Maybe they don't. Whatever. At least I know that my building takes security very seriously. That's important. Wait, I'm looking through the chat here. 1 second. That was so painful. I'm sorry. Well, hopefully it'll be less painful as I go through it and to debunk some of the stupid stuff he says. Hopefully it'll be easier to get through if I'm here to talk about it. All right, cool. Think I'm all set and ready to watch. Every time somebody says King David, I think King Wenceslas. I don't know if you guys remember that song from like elementary school. A Christmas carol that tells a story of a Bohemian king who goes on a journey, braving harsh winter weather, to give alms to a poor peasant on the feast of Stephen. I didn't realize that was a Christmas song. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have been able, or I wouldn't have been allowed to listen to it. All right, let's see. 39:55. Okay. Took me 7 minutes. I'm sorry, guys. That's annoying, but I would rather, you know, be safe from Trump extremists or from Scientology or anybody at all. I'd rather be safe, live in a building that doesn't allow those types of people in, and just have to go down and get my food from time to time. All right. Okay, let's listen.
I can't judge. I can't, involve myself in politics. That's a very, very dangerous place to be. But Pastor Gene, I really believe with all my heart that there was a time, if I could say this without taking too much time, in Exodus 14, there are two conditions that's happening. Number one, people are blaming. They blamed Moses. Moses was the leader that God raised up. Today, I'm watching pastors and congregations can't even discern God's hand on Donald Trump. It's the fact we're talking.
Can't discern God's hand on Trump?
Talking about him, he's still standing. There's an anointing on him. If CNN...
They can't take Trump down is what they're saying. They keep trying to take him down and they can't, and that proves that he has an anointing. Okay, right.
And Fox was reporting today, they would make you all believe that Daniel would have died in the lion's den, or he died. Or they would make you think that it was all over for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But no, there was the fourth man that appeared. God stopped the mouths of lions. There's something on Donald Trump that cannot be stopped. There was something on Moses that could not be stopped. Second, the people in
Okay, let's just take this one thing at a time here. Moses wasn't a real person. There's absolutely no evidence of his existence, and he was supposedly really high up in government in Egypt, right? Very influential, adopted by some Egyptian something or other. There should be evidence, and there is not. And as for, like, Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, with that little comment, Kuhneman is pitting the left against the right and claiming that God is on the far right, that God believes that, the government shouldn't fund, people who are homeless, shouldn't help them find homes. The government should not accept people who are minority groups or different from them in any way. Interestingly enough, God has always, in the Bible, supported minority groups. As long as that minority group was Christians, of course. Or Jews, or whatever. I think there was a point in time where Baal worshippers were a minority group, and the Bible stood for destroying their lives in any way they possibly could. So there's that. But yeah, I don't honestly care either way. What I care about is the fact that Hank Kuhneman is fabricating this persecution complex against Donald Trump and using the Bible to do it. It's insane.
Trump that cannot be stopped. There was something on Moses that could not be stopped. Second, the people in Exodus 14 wanted to go back to Egypt. They were so quick to be willing to lose their freedoms, and that's what Eric is talking about. We've got to wake up, or we're...
People wanted to go back to Egypt to lose their freedoms? I don't remember that from the book of Exodus. Moses leaving Egypt with the Israelites and then wanting to go back? And it's a totally fake story anyways. It didn't happen. As far as anyone can tell, the pyramids were not built with slave labor.
We're going to lose our freedoms.
That's so true. We must wake up. But like you said, both you gentlemen have said, we need to look back at history, or look back in the Word. We will get the direction we need.
Amen.
That's why it's important. If you don't know what's going on, it's important you find out what's going on. In fact, Joe Biden said this About when he left the Senate and Strom Thurmond. Watch.
When I left the Senate, I was...
Okay, before we actually listen to this, let me just put on record, these people have a tendency to fabricate clips from Biden, make things up entirely, pretend that he said or did something that he didn't actually do or change the context of it or whatever. That happens all the time. So be very, very skeptical of anything you hear from them. They take clips from Biden and chop them up and turn them, change them around and make them into something that they're not constantly.
About when he left the Senate and Strom Thurmond. Watch.
When I left the Senate, I was able to convince Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act. Strom Thurmond.
Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond. North Carolina. Strom.
I have no idea who the hell that is. Who's Strom Thurmond? Strom Thurmond died in 2003 in South Carolina. He was a Republican. He had a Purple Heart, a Bronze Star, a Legion of Merit. I don't understand. What? What am I missing? Why does anybody care about Strom Thurmond?
Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond. North Carolina. Strom Thurmond. All right, well.
From what I read, it was actually South Carolina, not North Carolina, but okay.
Let's break that down a little bit.
Please, I would appreciate that. I don't understand what you're complaining about here.
He said when he left the Senate, he convinced Strom Thurmond to vote for the Voting Rights Act. However, Rick Green, Thurmond died in 2003.
Right.
Biden left the Senate in 2009. The Voting Rights Act passed in 1965.
Yeah.
Strom Thurmond actually voted against it.
Okay, so wait. Trying to understand here. So they're saying that Biden did not convince him to pass the Voting Rights Act? Was Biden in office when... Wait. When did Biden join the Senate? 1972 is when he was elected to the Senate. So actually he's elected like 8 years after that. But maybe Biden meant he convinced Strom Thurmond that the Voting Rights Act was the correct way to go? Is that what he's saying? I mean, I don't know. They're trying to make it out like he's got dementia or something. Let me tell you this about Biden and Trump, okay? This is my position on both of these two guys. I don't believe that either Biden or Trump have mental decay or let me rephrase. I don't believe that either Biden or Trump have Alzheimer's or dementia to any degree at all. Alzheimer's takes about 6 years to kill you. It comes in 3 stages. Stage number 1, let me rephrase. Stage 1 is where you walk into a room and you're kind of forgetting why you entered it. You forget your keys all over the place. You know, your mind just is not working like it used to, basically. Stage 2 is getting much more intense, and you have fewer lucid moments than you have delusional moments. And stage 3 is where you need complete and total care. You cannot function on your own anymore. That's late stage Alzheimer's. These people have been claiming that Biden has Alzheimer's disease or early signs of it for 8 years. Since, I don't know, 2019, 2020 at least. They've been claiming it that entire time. I'm sorry, man. It would have manifested by now. And that goes for Donald Trump, too. It would have manifested into something else by now for Donald Trump and for Joe Biden. I don't believe either of them have Alzheimer's disease or dementia or whatever. I do think that they're both slowing down, as is common with people their age. Mentally slowing down a little bit. That happens. Not surprising. I also believe, based on the science, that Donald Trump is likely to die about a year and a half earlier than Joe Biden is. The reason that I believe that is because there are companies out there that apparently analyze when you are likely to die. I know, it's kind of a morbid thing to analyze, but that's their job. That's their whole thing. That's what they do. So they will look at your lifestyle, your diet, how much exercise you get, and everything else, and they will determine how long you have to live based on all that information. And one of those companies did that analysis for Biden and Trump and came to the determination that Trump is probably going to die about a year and a half earlier than Biden, and Biden has like a 90-something% chance of making it through a second term. So I don't believe that there's this problem that exists for Biden or for Trump. To be fair, I think that they're both just showing their age, and that's it.
The Senate in 2009. The Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. Strom Thurmond actually voted against it. Rick, this is amazing stuff.
Hang on, I'm sorry. Let me just second. So I had to move my stuff around. There we go. Again, Biden had a stutter when he was younger. Sometimes he gets his words mixed up. He's done that his entire life. That doesn't surprise me at all. Maybe that's what this is. But he's showing absolutely no signs of dementia as far as I can tell. These people love taking him out of context anyway.
I can't help but think about, I was doing this event with a congressman that had just turned 81, and he's actually introducing me, and he goes, Rick, you probably think I'm old at 81, but he said, I went to Senator Strom Thurmond's 100-year birthday party, and Thurmond looked over at me and said, oh, to be 80 again. Anyway.
He died at 99. He didn't have a 100th birthday to my knowledge. Let me look. No, maybe he did live to, yeah, you know what? He was 100. I apologize. I thought he lived to be 99. Born December 5th, 1902. Died June 26, 2003. So he almost made it to 101. Wow, that's old. Dude, I hope I make it to that old. That's crazy.
Anyway, that's all I can think about when you mentioned Strom Thurmond. I have to go back to Eric for a second. I'm telling you, this book, Letter to the American Church, and I know I was poking fun of Eric earlier because country boys love to make fun of the Yale graduates, but this book is the only book I recommend in our one-year Bible study. So we go through the Founder's Bible every year with.
Wow, Rick Green's a country boy, not a Yale graduate. I don't believe him. I think what's his education? Rick Green. He was, wait. It's so hard to find information on this dude. Here we go. Wait a minute. Okay, he got a BBA in finance from Angelo State University. And he got his JD? No fucking way. From Texas Law School. A JD. Okay. If you guys don't know what a JD is. Wait a minute. Let me tell you about it. Hold on. Let me make sure this is. Yeah, Juris Doctor. Okay. That's what I thought. Sorry, I'm chewing. A JD, also known as a Juris Doctor degree, is a step past law school. Most people go to law school, right? I'm sorry. If you're a lawyer, then you went to law school, right? But most people don't get their JD, their Juris Doctor. That is one step past it. It's like you can teach law school if you have a law school degree. You can teach there. It's, for all intents and purposes, as good as a PhD law school degree is. But Juris Doctor degree is a step beyond even that. And Rick Green has a Juris Doctor degree. That's an addition. That's basically that's 9 years of school and 5 years of interning, to my knowledge. That's crazy. So, if he went, I had no idea he had that. That's crazy. That's so. If you want to specialize in something really, really complex, and something that almost nobody knows, like trying to think of an example of when you would need a JD. If you want to specialize in an area of law that doesn't quite exist yet, that is up and coming, like if you want to specialize in cyber law, for example, like artificial intelligence, I don't know, what would you call it? Like, if you want to specialize in artificial intelligence, rights, and things like that, I mean, something really, really complex that basically doesn't exist anywhere else, and they need to make sure that you understand the law like nobody's business, then you need a Juris Doctor to get, to get into that field, basically. And for what it's worth, so it's like a specialized degree. And for what it's worth, when you enter law school, you start out knowing what you want to do. Or if you don't know what you want to do with your degree, you know before your first semester is up. You have to choose, basically. Do you want to go into public interest, work for the Electronic Frontier Foundation or the ACLU, or hell, the Heritage Foundation, or some other public interest group? Do you want to do criminal law? Or do you want to do corporate law, aka big law? Those are basically the three areas of law that you get into when you enter into law school, and you specialize in one of them. My wife is specializing in public interest. Doesn't make much money, but it's something that she loves. And that's what matters, in my opinion, So you start specializing on your very first semester of law school. And this dude specialized all the way straight through his Juris Doctor. That's crazy. He's absolutely, for sure, a grifter. He knows exactly what he's doing. You can't convince me otherwise. I didn't know that he was so qualified to talk about all the, the Constitution and everything. I mean, he's lying about all of it, but wow.
In our one-year Bible study, so we go through the Founders Bible every year.
So let's step back and listen to what he said one more time that brought us to this conversation.
I'm telling you, this book, Letter to the American Church, and I know I was poking fun of Eric earlier because country boys love to make fun of the Yale graduates, but this book is the only book I recommend.
Eric Metaxas doesn't seem very happy with that joke. For what it's worth, if Rick Green has a Juris Doctor, he is way more educated than Eric Metaxas is. I'm pretty sure Eric Metaxas is a lawyer, right? Like, he went to law school, but he doesn't have a Juris Doctor, I bet. Wait, Eric Metaxas, education. Yeah, he went to Yale and got his undergrad in English. While there, edited the Yale Record, the nation's oldest college humor magazine. Okay. He lives in Manhattan. No, I didn't know that. With his wife and daughter. Greek on his father's side, German on his mother's, raised in a Greek Orthodox environment. Wow, that's intense. There's a Greek Orthodox teacher at my wife's law school, and professor, and he's pretty evangelical extremist. It seems like they pump those out in that religion. Dude, I don't even think that... Did Eric Metaxas get a law degree? I mean, Yale is known for their law school, but I don't think he went to Yale Law School. I think he just went to Yale for an undergrad. He has a 4-year degree as far as I can tell. Oh, that's fascinating. So Rick Green, as far as I can tell, went to school for twice as long as Eric Metaxas did. And he's chewing him up and pretending that he is like some big educated guy or whatever. That's insane. What a scumbag move, you know? I mean, honestly. Rick Green knew that. He knew he went to Yale, presumably Yale undergrad school, just for English. He just has an English degree. And he knows that he has a Juris Doctor degree. That's fascinating to me. For public interest, she can expand by taking any common law courses to open doors for international FYI. Really? I didn't know that. That's interesting. I didn't realize that common law courses would open doors for international law. Nah, we're staying. I'm very confident that we're going to stay in the United States. I thought about moving to Canada if things start to get really bad because, you know, who are the first people that they come after? It's journalists, commentators, pundits, those types of people, right? When I say they, I mean, who are the first people that fascist extremists come after? It is always political commentators, in my opinion, or in my experience. Politicians that they don't like. So it is a risk to stay in the United States long term. It's very possible that things will end badly if we stay here, but I think I'm in it for the long haul, honestly. Dude, why does it insist on putting this stupid wheel or this stupid fan at the front? I don't understand. I mean, in the back. I want it in the front, not in the back. There we go. There we go. Got it. Okay. Yeah, but most people just hear I went to Yale, and that's enough to ask. That's enough. Don't ask what for, right? That's fascinating to me. I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing, if that's true. If everything that I've read is true here, he knows what he's doing. Dude, why did I even build this? I didn't even need to do this. I very easily could have just not done this because I can't even use these rockets anyways. Well, I guess I could have used them, but there's no point because I'm flying out of here. Anyway, let's keep listening.
In our one-year Bible study. So we go through the Founders Bible every year with thousands of Constitution coaches around the country. And at the end, the last few days of the year, they read Eric's book, Letter to the American Church. And here's why. Because the people that Hank's talking about, these pastors that say, oh, you're just supposed to be preaching the gospel. Those pastors obviously don't know what the gospel is because Jesus said the gospel was to make disciples of all nations, teaching them to obey everything I've commanded. They're lying.
I mean, yeah, Jesus said make disciples of all nations. I don't think he meant take over the world in a hostile takeover. I think he meant just spread the good word. And also, didn't Jesus, was he quoting Mark chapter 8? It sounds like he's quoting Mark 8. If he was, that's a fake verse. That verse is not real. It was added to the Bible after the fact. Dude, why does this thing keep trying to put this stupid wheel in the stupid front? It's very frustrating. I want this wheel in the front, not the other. Anyway.
About what the gospel is. They're limiting the gospel to just sharing Jesus instead of actually teaching Jesus and making disciples. And what Eric is doing in this letter is he's giving us these...
They're limiting the Bible to sharing Jesus instead of teaching Jesus? Is that what he just said? Is it just me, or did that sound like complete nonsense to anybody else?
Intellectual ammunition we need to take to those pastors and wake them up. So it's the one book that we recommend in our Bible study throughout the year. So, Eric, God bless you for writing it, man. We need it desperately. I have coaches all the time asking, Flashpoint Army people asking all the time, how do I convince my pastor to do a biblical citizenship class? How do I get them into biblical civics? And I say, give them a letter to the American church, because if that doesn't wake them up, do exactly what Eric said. Leave and go find a Black Robe Regiment pastor that will actually teach the whole counsel of God.
That is psychotic. The Black Robe Regiment thing he just said, it's such a fascinating story. Where that came from, that term, Black Robe Regiment. You hear these guys talk about Black Robe Regiment a lot. And you hear, what's his name? David Barton. David Barton talks about the Black Robe Regiment all the time. David Barton, if you don't know him, he's friends with Kent Hovind. Let me show you some pictures of some of these people. Let me find. Hang on.
If the cost, okay,
here we go. I've covered Kent Hovind a whole bunch, so you may recognize him. This is Kent Hovind.
The Bible says they did not like to retain God in their knowledge. God gave them over to a reprobate mind.
Yeah, he's an extremist, a right-wing Christian extremist who has done everything he could to turn the government far right. Kent Hovind has. And he's friends with this guy, David Barton. And he has been since the 80s or even earlier. Now, David Barton is responsible for a lot of the propaganda that you hear nowadays about church-state separation. He doesn't have a degree in anything. I think he went to Oral Roberts University, claims to be a constitutional scholar. Wait, yeah, he went to Aledo High School. I have no idea what that is. Wait. In 1972, received a Bachelor of Arts in Religious Education from Oral Roberts University in 1976. So he has a bachelor's degree in religious education from a religious school. That's what this guy's got. He's not a constitutional scholar like he claims. Anyway, as I was saying, this guy came up with a lot of the propaganda you hear today about church-state separation.
So say there's some religious activity in public. Maybe somebody wants to pray over their lunch at school and they're told they can't do that. And they say, oh, you can't do that because of separation of church and state. Is that what separation of church and state really means? They will say yes here.
No, I wouldn't say yes. I would say that's absurd. Somebody wants to pray over their lunch at school, be my guest. Go nuts. I couldn't possibly care less. But when you start using your position as a state employee to teach children about the Bible, then I have a problem. Anyway, that's not the point. The point here is David Barton starts talking about the Black Robe Regiment a while back, right? And the Black Robe Regiment, according to David Barton, as he was saying, is this group of people, this group of, let me say it again. The Black Robe Regiment is this group of pastors in the 1700s who were in favor, God, I'm getting messed up over here, who were in favor of, oh my God, what the Revolutionary War. So the claim is that the Black Robe Regiment they were pastors who would take their robes off and train their churches to be militaries, like little militias, little organized groups designed to fight in the Revolutionary War, because they believed in church, because they believed in separating from England, basically. As it turns out, that term, Black Robe Regiment, is fake. It was fabricated. It didn't start appearing anywhere until David Barton wrote a book about it in the 1990s. There is literally no term. He coined the term, as far as anybody can tell. It didn't start appearing in propaganda or anywhere else until he wrote about it for the very first time in the 90s. So the Black Robe Regiment is fake, aside from the fact that he created the name. It didn't exist. Not like that. There wasn't a group of pastors who were turning their churches into military or into militias. And the fact that he wants to do that to churches today, turn them into militias, is fucking psychotic. So, anyways, wow, I didn't know there was a light route down here. I thought there was just an item down here for some reason. So, anyways, that's what the Black Robe Regiment is, completely fabricated by this guy right here. By the way, David Barton also runs a Trump super PAC. He's the leader of it. It was originally a super PAC for Ted Cruz. And when Ted Cruz very clearly lost the election, the super PAC went to Donald Trump. And David Barton was in control of it at that time. Just absolutely insane how many connections there are between various different people. Anyway. All right, let's keep listening to these people now that I've explained the Black Robe Regiment. It's a crazy story, honestly.
All right, I'm going to let Eric comment.
Step back. Listen again.
Because if that doesn't wake them up, do exactly what Eric said. Leave and go find a Black Robe Regiment pastor that will actually teach the whole counsel of God.
So he's saying go find a church that is a militia that's willing to fight for Donald Trump. That's what he's saying. It's coded language. That's what he means.
All right, I'm going to let Eric comment, but first I'm going to play this clip and let him talk about it. Bill Maher talks about Ruth Bader Biden. Watch.
I'm sorry, Bill Maher? Ruth Bader Biden? I don't understand.
New rule, someone has to convince President Biden that if he runs again, he's going to turn the country back over to Trump and go...
No, I seriously deeply doubt it to the bottom of my heart.
And go down in history as Ruth Bader Biden.
I see, because Ruth Bader Ginsburg should have left the Supreme Court long before she did. Like, I'm talking, she should have left the Supreme Court like 10 years earlier when Obama had a majority in the House and the Senate. And instead of leaving the Supreme Court, she stayed on until she couldn't leave anymore. And Donald Trump got to pick that seat. Ruth Bader Ginsburg was an incredible person. But she's kind of to blame for what happened to Roe v. Wade. If she had waited if she had survived just 2 or 3 more months, or if she had waited, or if she had switched, or if she had retired like 8 years earlier, we wouldn't have lost Roe v. Wade. Anyways, that's what he's referring to, if you were unfamiliar.
The person who doesn't know when to quit and so does great damage to their party and their country. All of us who like Joe Biden have been struggling lately with the political situation in the Democratic Party.
Bill Maher is turning right-wing, by the way. I don't know if anyone has noticed that. He's basically on the right now.
Incumbent we admire, who acquitted himself well in a first term, but who even members of his own party don't want to see run for a second. You know that future headlines bit we do? Well, the most predictable headline ever is presidential race tied. 2 weeks before every election, it's always tied, no matter who is running. The vast majority just vote for the D or the R. But Biden...
That's true. The difference maker is who is motivated to come out. Which side is more motivated to come out? That motivation can stem from being deeply disturbed by who the other side is and what they believe and what they do and all that stuff. It can be motivated by that, or it can be motivated by loving your side, like a lot. I think people are so repulsed by Donald Trump that they will come out no matter what, in my humble opinion. No matter who the nominee was. I believe that they could wheel Biden. They could fill him up with that tire stuff that, you got a flat tire and you put the foam in your tire to like refill it until you can get a new tire put on. They could fill his body up with that and wheel him out in a wheelchair, and he would probably still win because Trump is so hated by basically everybody because he's such a controversial figure. I think that's probably the case, but I don't know.
Biden is the one Democrat who gives pause to so many people, even in his own party.
Not really.
Joe, you did noble service for your country, and you checked that big box, the President of the United States. Of course, as a politician, you're naturally going to say, but the work is not finished. Of course not. It never is. But it's time to let someone else finish it.
No, I think Biden's actually extremely popular among a lot of people, surprisingly. He governed surprisingly to the left, like way more left than I expected him to be, which is great. That's fantastic. I'm really glad to see that Biden was further to the left than expected. He's not really as hated as Bill Maher thinks he is. It's just because Bill Maher is going right.
You don't want to go down as Ruth Bader Biden. America is calling, Joe, and it's saying, that's not our car, Grandpa, we're over here.
All right, let me, that's funny, and he's making fun of Joe Biden there.
Oh, that's funny because he's making fun of Joe Biden. Fantastic. Jesus Christ, man. Again, Biden, I don't believe Biden has any abnormal mental deterioration. I think he's in good health, largely.
Which I must say, the reason when you say, well, Gene, why did you that was so disrespectful? No. Let me make sure you understand that it is not his age that is the problem. It's not age.
Yeah, they have to say that because Trump is the same age as Biden.
It's the mental capacity of what Joe Biden's dealing with is what we're talking about. This is running the free world, the most important world leader, or was. Eric, when we see this, what was meant in jest really is the rest of the world is mocking us because of Joe Biden.
The rest of the world is mocking us because of Trump. Joe Biden is a stand-in. He was surprisingly the only person that I think could have won against Trump looking back because Kamala Harris wasn't popular enough. Bernie Sanders was too far left to win, in my opinion. I'm a Sanders supporter to the core. I love Bernie. And I wish the country was more with us than they are, but I think that the country's a little bit more moderate than Bernie Sanders. And Joe Biden is more moderate than Sanders. So I think that Biden was probably the only one that could have pulled votes from the center. But again, Trump is very, very hated by a great deal of people. He is extremely disliked. And I don't believe for a second that he's going to... And I don't think that he's going to win the election again. I think he's going to lose again. Donald Trump will, in my opinion. We'll see.
Well, look, it's got nothing to do with his age. It's got nothing to do with his mental capacity.
Oh, really? It doesn't?
It has everything to do with his moral character. The man has no soul. He does not believe in anything except...
He's Catholic. He believes in all kinds of stuff. Do you know Joe Biden lost his first wife and 2 kids, I think, in a car accident? Just weeks after being elected, the junior senator from Delaware, Joe Biden's first wife, Nelia, and 13-month-old daughter, Naomi, were killed in a car accident while out shopping for a Christmas tree on December 18th. That is some wild shit, right? Lost his wife and newborn child in a car accident. Imagine that shit for a second. Joe Biden is Catholic, and I think he's going to be Catholic for the rest of his life because he wants to believe that he'll see those people again. That's just my personal opinion on it. Now, I don't know what Eric Metaxas thinks he's talking about. Joe Biden has no moral character, doesn't believe in anything, whatever. I have no idea what that's all about. Joe Biden is a Catholic and has been, for years. But okay. Oop. Oh, yeah, and he also lost his son, Beau Biden, in 2015 or 2014, maybe, to cancer. He had Hunter and Beau. Beau was in the military for a long time and got cancer. And Joe Biden believes that it was from toxic burn pits. And that's why he was fighting so hard to compensate people for, their work in the military. And if they get cancer from toxic burn pits, they should be taken care of, so on and so forth. That's why that was important to Joe Biden. Anyway, the dude's a Catholic. He does have moral character and religious beliefs.
Character. The man has no soul. He does not believe in anything except power. He will do anything and go along with any leftward American destroying policy.
I'm sorry? He has no soul or political beliefs? What?
If that suits him. He's the definition of political hack. Exactly what the founders instituted was this idea that we're going to have a country governed by the people. We're not going to have people who are just amassing power and they're a political class and we're under them. That's the antithesis of the founders' vision. Joe Biden is the perfect example of the antithesis of the founders' vision, that he is just a political hack. It's like when people talk about Mitch McConnell's age. Mitch McConnell froze up. I prefer him not to be able to speak or to do anything because what he is doing is harming the country.
Interesting. Eric Metaxas doesn't like Mitch McConnell. I guess that's because McConnell has kind of butted heads with Donald Trump before, right?
We have leaders like Biden that, first of all, Biden they will railroad him out. He will not get to run for a second term. They're not that dumb. They'll do anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a message earlier, 136. I apologize, Billy Boy Blue. I hope you're still here. New watcher, have a legit question. May I please have the make and model of that chair you're sitting in? Yeah, it's a Serta. I think it's a Serta chair. I don't remember now. It's a big, cushiony, comfortable thing. Yeah, I think it cost $400 originally, and I got it at a discount a while back. I sit in it all day, every day, to work. So, because I work from home, so I felt it was important to have a good chair. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. I apologize for missing that, and glad you're here. Oh, there you are. Yeah, you are here. I'm still hanging in for the chair. Okay. That's good news. Glad you're still here. Anyway, let's keep listening. Whoop. This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. The purpose is to maintain and improve alert warning capabilities. Wow, that's annoying. Really? A test? National Wireless Emergency Alert System. Oh, God. I live in Manhattan. You know what would really suck? It would really suck if North Korea chose to launch a nuke or something right now. That would be terrible. And instead of sending the alert that a nuke was on its way, they sent an alert that they were just testing the system or something. I mean, this is where they'd hit, right? New York City. God, what a nightmare that'd be. I'm just... It wouldn't make it. You're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, that's true. That would, that does live in my mind, though, all the time. Like, one of these days, North Korea is going to be all pissed off. Or Russia. Or any number of other people are going to be so pissed off at America, they're going to launch a nuke at us, and it's going to come right to New York City. This is where they'll put it, right here. That does freak me out from time to time, but, you know. No point in worrying too much, right? What can you do? It said it was a test of the national emergency system, so I'm hoping that it was actually a test, and I'm not going to die in like 10 minutes. All right, let's keep listening to these people.
We have leaders like Biden that, first of all, Biden will not, they will railroad him out. He will not get to run for a second term. They're not that dumb. They'll do anything.
Who is they? Who's he talking about when he says they? You know who he's really talking about? He's talking about the deep state, the big evil cabal that's out there to get you or whatever. Absolutely insane. And also, it's extremely insane to me to think that Biden won't get a second term. Really? Are you kidding me? They're not holding primary elections. Or maybe they're holding primary elections or not holding debates or anything. He's not going to be replaced by Michelle Obama or whoever the hell they think the next nominee is going to be that the deep state puts in. Absurd. They scheduled it on purpose for 2:20 p.m. My kid's school shared the info. Really? Oh, okay. I thought that was a really weird time for them to schedule it. They were 2 minutes early. Also, hi, if I've never talked here, I don't usually watch via Twitch. Well, welcome. Thanks for coming. Sigilu, I think is how it's pronounced. So it's not a nuclear weapon being launched at my current location, is what you're telling me? Have it on my calendar. Oh, okay, good. Okay, so it's a scheduled thing. All right, so I don't have to worry about the nuke then, as far as I can tell. Unless you guys are just trying to comfort me, realizing that there's a nuke on its way and there's nothing that anybody can do to stop it, so you're just trying to make me feel better. But I'm going to assume that that's not what's happening. I'm going to assume you're telling me the truth. All right. The test is to make sure other communication channels can work in the event of what you're worried about. Okay, it was planned. All right. Okay, we're good then. We're good. Don't freak out, anybody. Never know, you know? I mean, Russia, all this talk of nuclear war and everything, I don't have a bunker that I can go into. Okay, let's keep listening.
They'll pull a fire alarm. They'll do whatever they need to do to make sure that he's not their nominee. They'll make an excuse. They'll lie.
Who is they? Again, does he think that Jamal Bowman pulled the fire alarm to prevent Biden from being the nominee? What? I am so confused by his position on this. I mean, he's going to be proven wrong soon, right?
Do to make sure that he's not their nominee. They'll make an excuse. They'll lie. But we are in such a grievous place in America that the church needs to pray and to get activated and to get voting, do everything we can to save this nation. And shame on Bill Maher for being so dumb that he thinks that Biden acquitted himself well in his first term.
Did Bill Maher say that? I don't remember that. Acquitted himself well. What does it mean to acquit yourself well? What does it mean to acquit yourself well? Didn't he get a degree in English? To act or behave in a specified way. Wow, okay. I guess I'm the idiot here, as it turns out. My mistake. That is an actual saying that I've never heard. Huh. Knowing is half the battle, as my friend G.I. Joe says. Okay, go on.
What a joke. I mean, it's unbelievable that somebody like Bill Maher could believe such a thing.
All right, so since you mentioned Mitch.
I mean, they were being positive about Bill Maher in this segment. They were saying Bill Maher, being a bastion of the left, apparently, also doesn't like Joe Biden. No, Bill Maher is not on the left. He's never... He used to be on the left. A little. But he was always kind of right-leaning on the left. Or more center-left, maybe even a little bit on the right. So, yeah, I don't know what they're talking about right now.
McConnell, I had that for later, but I want to now's a good time to pull this up, gentlemen. Let me show you this. Breaking report, FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried donated millions of dollars to McConnell's list of anti-Trump Republicans after meeting with the Senate Minority Leader. Huh.
He donated millions to McConnell's list of anti-Trump Republicans. Oh, my God. This is another pro-Trump conspiracy. I thought Sam Bankman-Fried donated to Democrats. Actually, I think he did. I think he donated to both Democrats and Republicans. They're just looking for a reason to hate people and looking for a conspiracy, honestly, is what's happening right now. Also, a blood moon is happening at the moment. There we are. Anyways, they are desperate to find a conspiracy where Trump is being mistreated or some other nonsense. There was some conspiracy around the use of the alert. Crazy. Oh, yeah, I know. I heard about that. I remember that conspiracy theory. It's fascinating. It's just your turn. Oh, okay. Just making sure. So I'm assuming you were talking about it's my turn, like with the emergency alert system, and there is not a nuclear weapon on its way to take me out. That's comforting. Anyways, these people are desperate to find a conspiracy where there is none.
Interesting. Donald Trump Jr. says rhinos in the Senate are trying to jam billions more in Ukraine funding down our throats. Our voters deserve to know who's selling them out. First up, Mitch McConnell. He says funding Ukraine is the GOP's #1 priority.
Oh, yeah. Of course, Donald Trump Jr. would be on Russia's side here. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Call his office and let him know if you agree. And there's his number. We're going to put that on the screen. Thank you. Rick, let me go to you out of that. Is Mitch McConnell on the take?
Well, you know, I always look at these guys that go to Washington worth maybe a little bit, and then a few years later, they're worth millions.
Wait, is who on the take?
McConnell on the take? Rick, let me go to you out of that. Is Mitch McConnell on the take?
Oh, my God. They hate Mitch McConnell. Look for any excuse to talk about the dude in a derogatory way. That's fascinating. Super Nerd, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Also, Night Song, thanks for the sub. I'm so sorry I missed this earlier. Also, A Tiny Toasty, thank you for the gift sub. And Hamather C1G, thank you for the sub. I'm sorry I didn't hit these earlier. Kitty Mom, thank you for the sub. I should have hit those earlier. I apologize. Just see here. Thanks for keeping up on all the crazy stuff so I don't have to dig through all the BS personally. Absolutely. That's why I'm here. I appreciate that. Just wondering, if you die, who gets the channel from Super Nerd? If I die, it goes... Well, if I die, then my wife and kid split the revenue equally. It will go into a trust for my kid, or my wife will be using it to help support my kid. And Alpha Force Zero will be the new host if I die. If Alpha Force Zero and I both die, my wife takes the channel and decides what to do with it. She doesn't want to be a public figure, so more than likely she would give it to somebody like some other YouTuber and ask them to profit share. You know, she would do like, she would have, I don't know, just throwing out like Matt Dillahunty or Mr. Atheist or Seth Andrews or something. She'd have them do my style of content, and then she would, and then split revenue 60-40 or 50-50 or something with them. If all three of us died, my ex and my current producer, Crate is her online username, she would take over the channel. She lives in West Virginia, so she'd be safe probably from any, you know, nuclear fallout or anything. Most likely, unless they decided to go for a nuclear attack on West Virginia as well, which I don't know why they do that. So that's what happens in the event that I die. And if she dies, also, if all of us die, all four of us for some reason, which I don't see as likely, but I suppose I could see it happening if, like, a Trump extremist came after us, which has happened, if all of us die, all 4 of us, I guess, that has not been figured out. I guess the channel would just go away because nobody else would have access to anything. No one else has my passwords. I mean, no one has my passwords, actually. But they have physical access to my system, so. Well, there's one person that has my passwords, but I'm not telling you guys who it is, just in case there's some nutcase out there. Anyways, that's the line of succession for me. Where was I? Bankman-Fried donated to both parties in hopes of influencing legislation. I figured that's what it was. I was hoping to finish this one. Pretty long. Yeah, I think we can finish it. Although I do have a doctor's appointment pretty soon. About 30 minutes. It's impressive and sad at the same time how well you're prepared. Yeah, well, I prepared for that eventuality during COVID. Because I caught COVID. And I didn't think I was going to die. I believed I was going to be just fine. But just in case, I figured I'd, plan for all of it, everything. Just in case something happens. I wanted to make sure that everybody in my life would be okay and taken care of and everything else. I even have it all written down somewhere, what my plan is, or what my hopes and expectations are. If my wife decides to stay with my kid and not send my kid back to West Virginia with her mom, which is likely what would happen, she'd keep her here, then they split it in one way. And if that's not how it happens, if she sends the kid, or if she sends Alpha Force Zero to West Virginia and she goes to Nebraska or something and everybody splits up, then they split it a different way. Anyway, the mic and the chair unfiltered, right? Is that the chair unfiltered? Is that the preferred stream? That'd be a better stream. Owen Unfiltered Jr. Anyway, okay, let's keep listening.
Well, I always look at these guys that go to Washington worth maybe a little bit, and then a few years later, they're...
Sorry, let me step back. Listen to what he says here again.
Put that on the screen. Thank you. Rick, let me go to you out of that. Is Mitch McConnell on the take?
Is he on the take? Like, is he taking money from big lobbyists and stuff that are anti-Trump?
Well, I always look at these guys that go to Washington worth maybe a little bit, and then a few years later, they're worth millions. This is a guy that's now worth tens of millions of dollars. And I have to ask, how did that happen? Yeah.
Really? You have to ask how that happened? I mean, politicians are always making money in some scheme to get rich. But actually, the campaign finance laws involved here prevent Mitch McConnell or anybody from personally taking money, I believe. You're not allowed to personally take money. If money is donated to you, to your campaign, it must go to the campaign. And it's all accounted for. And if you lose, you can collect money for your general election and for your primary election simultaneously. But if you lose your primary election, then you must refund the general election funds. This is very heavily regulated, to the dismay of many people, not just Republicans, Democrats too, I suppose, mostly Republicans. There are a lot of rules around this, and fascinatingly, Madison Cawthorn is where I learned a lot of these rules. Madison Cawthorn was one of the Freedom Caucus in the House, if you guys remember. He made a bunch of claims about doing drugs on Capitol Hill or something and having orgies. Actually, I think Madison Cawthorn's claim was that he was invited to an orgy where coke was being done or something to that effect. And he, after making that claim, got hit by a bunch of Republican PACs, got hit from the right. lost his primary election, and he was in a safe seat, they believed, as long as he didn't piss off his Republican donors and everything, which he did. By the way, that person that invited him to those cocaine-fueled orgies, allegedly, Roger Stone. Not technically a politician, involved in politics, though, and probably had politicians at these alleged orgies. So, anyways, the point is I learned about all these campaign finance laws from Madison Cawthorn, who took donations for general and primary simultaneously and used $1 million from his general fund to fund his primary campaign, and now owes that $1 million, and he doesn't have it. So campaign finance is pretty stringent. Anyway, all right, let's keep listening here. I don't know. I mean, you have to be filthy rich usually to get to that point, to get to the level of a federal level politician.
Millions of dollars. And I have to ask, how did that happen? So, yeah, even if he didn't personally get the money from FTX and these hacks, no question that he funneled it to the candidates that he wanted to support.
That's interesting. See, Rick Green seems to know that he can't just take the money like that. That's illegal, very illegal. And tracked. So apparently he's pointing out that if he didn't need the money, he would take all of the money and put it into other people's campaigns. That's really interesting. So he accused him of taking the money, and then he said if he didn't take the money, he gave it to somebody else. That's interesting to me. Roger Stone, wasn't he found guilty of sedition and pardoned? I'm not sure what he was found guilty of, but yes, he was found guilty of something really, really serious, and then he was pardoned. Absolutely.
No question that he funneled it to the candidates that he wanted to support. And Eric, again, is right. Listen, Republicans need to clean their own house. This is ridiculous to have these folks that are not mentally able to do the job. There's no question that Joe Biden did not have noble service, as Bill Maher said. Neither, I mean, Mitch McConnell did some good. Let's thank him for holding off the filling of Scalia's seat. That's the one thing I look back and thank him for.
Throwing a wrench in government to prevent it from operating the way it was supposed to, for stealing a Supreme Court seat? Is that what you're thanking him for?
But he's a disaster right now. And there's no reason for this. And we don't have to be mean about it or cruel about it. There's nothing mean or cruel about saying, for instance, with Joe Biden, the reason for the 25th Amendment being put into the Constitution was for exactly this moment.
Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. Is he saying, like, if they lose their mental capacity or something? Is that why the 25th Amendment was put into the Constitution? I'm not even sure that's real. I mean, Rick Green, it's so hard to know if this dude is, like, telling the truth or completely full of it. Don't believe anything he says ever without verifying beforehand, though. It's an important point.
Why are we not using the Constitution, living out the laws, upholding these things? Right. And it's all about power. It's all about these people holding on. The Biden family have been grifters for 50 years.
Oh, give me a break. No, they haven't.
They have been...
Like, Biden is one of the most honest people alive. And he has put great effort into making sure everything in these elections takes place in a completely above-board way, because he knew that these people, Rick Green and all these others, Donald Trump, were going to do everything they could to demonize him and claim that he altered the election results or whatever other nonsense. He needed to be completely above board. If he wasn't, they'd use it against him. He's a completely above board person, Biden is. To a fault. It's, like, boring at this point.
Living off of our tax dollars, and you can bet he's going to ride this thing out as long as he possibly can. Hopefully his own party, as Eric said, will make sure that he's not the candidate. I'm going to triple down again and say there's no way he's going to be the one on the ballot next November.
Just ridiculous.
Well,
if Joe Biden is alive when the election takes place, which I have no reason to think he won't be, He's going to be the candidate. I am 99% sure of it.
Time will tell, that's for sure. We're seeing this great thing. All right, so let me explain why I'm putting Mitch McConnell's number up.
He's putting up Mitch McConnell's phone number? I hope that's his office and not his personal phone number. But you can never be sure with these guys, sadly.
If you want to call Mitch McConnell's office and tell him, if you agree, you can tell him that.
Okay, there you go. So I guess it is his office. That's okay. I'm okay with calling offices. That's just lobbying as citizens of the government. That's fine with me.
Because he says funding Ukraine is the GOP's #1 priority. How about closing the border?
The border is closed. Get help.
How about stopping some of this ridiculous pork? But listen, we've got...
The 25th was in response to Reagan being shot and his vice president had to take over while he was in critical condition. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that situation. Well, I remember reading about that situation. I didn't know that's when it was added. Interesting. Reagan actually did have Alzheimer's disease at the end of his life, and probably the last 18 months of, this is a Zonite bow, I believe. Yep. And probably the last 18 months of his presidency. Unfortunately, he definitely had Alzheimer's. He should not have been in office. Honestly, Reagan shouldn't have for as long as he was, but he was. So, I guess the 25th Amendment was because of him being shot, though. Interesting, not because of Alzheimer's.
You need to call, whether you agree or disagree. You need to call. So I'm calling you out, Flashpoint Army. Write that number down, 202-224-2541. Call his office, let him know what you think. I know you guys do this, so there you are. Call.
Congress finally proposed the 25th Amendment to the states in the aftermath of John F. Kennedy's assassination, with the vice presidency vacant and a president who'd previously had a heart attack. Oh, so they proposed it after John F. Kennedy's assassination. Wait. I'm just looking through here. Hang on. Passed. Okay. Okay. Here you go. It was passed after the assassination of Kennedy, I guess. That's what it was. Kennedy. When was it passed, though? When was 25th Amendment passed? Congress approved the 25th Amendment on July 6, 1965. States completed ratification in 1967. First use occurred in 1973 when Nixon nominated Gerald Ford. There you go. Interesting. Knowing is half the battle.
Call the number. Let him know. Pastor Hank, when we see things like this, I'm going to ask you a real softball question, but how should we as the church respond? You know, it sounds like I'm attacking Mitch McConnell. I just don't think he should be doing what he's doing.
You as the church shouldn't respond at all, because the church and the state should remain separate, according to the first sentence in the First Amendment of the Constitution. But okay.
Well, we have to go back to, first of all, what God says in his word. And he talks about in the book of, the book of Psalm 37, that God is the one that deals with evildoers, or those that have done evil. So we've got to go to the word and hold God to what his word says. But all
you got to hold God accountable, hold God to what his word says. Interesting. To make sure that he protects Trump, right? If God doesn't protect Trump, then there should be consequences against God.
Also, we need to decree his word concerning some of the things that we're seeing with these, liberals and these rhinos. The next thing we need to do is take what God has been saying with the Rhema word, with his prophets. The Bible says in 2 Chronicles 20:20, believe the prophets and you will be established. You believe God and you will prosper as well. So I think that we need to start taking what God says in his word, what God is saying prophetically, and we need to do something with it. And that is, we need to put it before the face of God. Pastor Gene, we often quote 2 Chronicles 7:14.
We do? 2 Chronicles 7:14?
And we don't realize that it starts off with if my people. And
wait, I got to look this one up. 2 Chronicles 7:14? What is this? What does this say? If my people who are called by my name humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, and I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Oh, okay. So apparently God won't help you unless everybody in the entire country is crying and praying to him and all that. All right, interesting. Go on. Oop. Hit the wrong button. Oh, shit. Hit the wrong button again. Okay, here we go.
We sometimes think that prophecies are just automatic or that it's just going to happen and I don't have to do anything. No,
yeah, that's how prophecies are supposed to work, right? They're automatic. If God prophesied it, then it's gonna happen. This dude's such a joke.
Sometimes think that prophecies are just automatic or that it's just going to happen and I don't have to do anything. No, there's the if factor. We have to do something. But here's the good news.
Well, it seems like you just have to believe in God and it's going to happen. That seems like the claim to me, right? This dude lives in another dimension, dude. Really. It's like a new version of Christianity that's absolutely absurd, makes no sense whatsoever, and is internally contradictory. It's fascinating to see a contradictory form of Christianity taking root like this. I mean, a lot of Christian beliefs are contradictory anyways, but to hear such brazen, complete contradiction just kind of blows me away.
Jeremiah 29:11 says that God has a plan for us. He has a plan for this nation, has a plan for you that are watching. And it's a plan to give you hope. It's a plan to give you a future, to give your children a future, to give this nation a future. And watch this, to give you an expected end. An expected end isn't a surprise. It's already revealed to you. You expect it. God is going to reveal it. He has been revealing it. So I just think we need to put our foot on the gas and we need to hold these people accountable. And it's the only way that we're going to begin to let them know that there's more that are saying enough is enough and that they've been getting by with what they've been doing for too long.
Yeah, again, this guy is like a Trump sycophant. He would do anything for Donald Trump, and he knows how to filibuster, dude. This guy just talks about the most mundane, random shit constantly.
That are saying enough is enough, and that they've been getting by with what they've been doing for too long.
I guess that's just the rhinos, right?
I agree. So we must stand up. This is all about standing up. Everything today. All right, let's talk about, since the last time we were on the air, Dianne Feinstein passed. Look at this. Gavin Newsom will appoint Emily's List President LaFonza Butler to fill the seat of the late Dianne Feinstein, elevating the head of fundraising juggernaut that works to elect Democratic women who support abortion rights.
Yeah, I mean, it's California, so of course they're going to pick a Democrat to replace her, right? Obviously.
There she is. LaFonza Butler says, I'm honored to accept Gavin Newsom's
Gavin Mussolini. Wow, suddenly they don't like Mussolini, huh? Suddenly they think fascism is bad? Up until now, they've been doing the fascism. Insane. By the way, this was a very controversial pick on Gavin Newsom's part to pick LaFonza Butler, apparently. I don't fully know what the problem is. I don't know anything about her, but I do know she's not one of the nominees or not one of the candidates in the upcoming election, which is good. And she said she's not going to run in the future election, which is also good. I think Gavin Newsom's goal here, or the end result anyway, goal or not, was to keep everything fair for the upcoming election, to make sure everybody who's already running had a fair shot, basically. That was the whole bit, as far as I can tell.
Nomination to be U.S. Senator for a state. I have made my home and honored by his trusting me to serve the people of California and this great nation. Let's keep going. I'm thrilled. New name, same mission. There it is. Reproductive freedom for all. But now let me show you guys. Jason, we're going to keep going here. Look at her tweet here, or look at her her social media post here. Where does she say she lives? Right there in the next slide there. It says that she lives in Maryland. You see that? Maryland.
I think that's where she is right now, right? I'm not really sure. I don't know. I'm not, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if that's where she is now or where she lives or what. But yeah, she's a federal representative. Of course she lives in the D.C. area. Most people have a home in the D.C. area and in their home district. Some people just have a house in their home district and they rent, or they live with their parents for the time they're in their home district or whatever. Or they just move to D.C., straight up move there, to the D.C. area. No, to my knowledge, most people live in Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, surrounding areas. If they are federal level politicians, most of the time they live in the like surrounding areas in D.C. That doesn't surprise me at all to find that she lives near D.C. She's a federal representative now.
Wait a minute. Isn't she taking over for California? Well, if you look, then she scrubbed it. Run, win, change the world. She took care of that. I'm telling you.
Oh, she just remove her location? She just turned her location off? Okay. I think that's just the location that she's at right now, isn't it? Is that her location data? It's totally fair to disable that. I just changed mine to a permanent Manhattan. I didn't put where my specific location is at any given moment. But it's interesting that suddenly these people give a shit about all of that, considering the fact that who is it? Tommy Tuberville, is that his name? Yeah, Tommy Tuberville. Doesn't even live in the state. He's not even there. He's in the neighboring state, isn't he, or something? Brought up by one of the commenters. I appreciate you pointing that out. I'm not sure which commenter that was, but yeah. Doesn't even live in the state. Nowhere near it. It's oh yeah, he lives in Florida. That's what it is. I think Tuberville lives in Florida, even though he's a representative for Arkansas. He has a residence in Florida. That is wild, dude. They don't care about that, though. They simply do not care. What they care about is destroying their political opponents. That's it. That's their primary goal.
Run, win, change the world. She took care of that. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we must pay attention. We must be alert. We must be aware. There are people out, Rick, and we'll wrap up here and go around the horn one last time. There are people here in America that really are not for America's good. I know that.
Really? Wild for him to say that. Finally, something we can agree on, huh?
It sounds like a duh comment, but there really are people that don't want to see things there for their own pockets or their pockets of their friends or they've got their own Epstein's list, whatever.
Own Epstein's list? What?
Rick, this seems to be, we continue to see more and more corruption revealed.
Well, we said earlier.
More corruption revealed? The fact that a federal representative was in Maryland, right outside D.C., that's corruption? Okay.
It's all about power. This appointment may be the most racist, misogynist, homophobic appointment in political history. It had.
Suddenly they care about that stuff. Suddenly he's offended at the idea that somebody could be racist, misogynistic, or homophobic, huh? That's a new one.
Nothing to do with her qualifications. I mean, she is definitely very pro-abortion, very liberal, but it was all about the color of her skin, her sex organs, and her sexual choices. That's what caused Gavin Newsom to appoint her.
Not really. I mean, there were a number of people on the list, some of whom didn't have those qualities, some of whom did. And there were some who had those qualities that were competing against her, and she won out at the end of the day. I get these people are just offended that somebody who is not white, straight, cis and male is getting the appointment. That really gets to them. Tuberville lives in Gates' district. He no longer has a residence in the state he represents, illegally holding office, of course. But is anything going to be done about it? No. Thank you for that information. Neverman is here. Appreciate it. Pensacola. Yeah, that's what I thought. Interestingly enough, Kent Hovind also lives in Pensacola, Florida. Or, yeah, I think he currently lives in Pensacola. And I have an old Jehovah's Witness friend who I haven't talked to since leaving, really, who lives in Pensacola also now.
Should hack off every...
Sorry, let's step back.
Choices. That's what caused Gavin Newsom to appoint her. That should hack off every woman of color out there. If I were appointed for being a white, straight male, I would be offended that I was appointed for that instead of my qualifications.
Well, she wasn't appointed because of those things. Those are just qualities about her. This is really sad, dude. Seriously. It's just... What is it? 90-something% of the time? Let's see. How many... Hang on. I'm just looking, Congress. I'm just looking for what the demographics are here. Changing face of America and HR. Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. Apparently, the House of Representatives is 29% women. Can you imagine? 29% women. That's incredible, huh? So many women. That's brand new, by the way. For the beginning of the country, it was 100% white, straight, land-owning men, because that was the law. So this guy actually held public office, apparently. He did get his position because he was a man, a white man. Now, that may have not been the only determining factor. There may have been other reasons for him getting his position. But that was one of the factors. In fact, he couldn't have been in that position unless he was a white man in many cases. So I don't want to hear any of his bullshit complaining. Dude, why can't I... There we go. Finally got the portable pot.
So every black female in the country should be offended by this appointment. This is shameful. This is racist. It's the opposite of MLK saying we ought to be judged based on the content of our character, not the color of our skin. He didn't go on to say, and not our...
See, this is really interesting. This is what the KKK has always done. This is the position they always took. They take it a step further. They make it more extreme so as to make people in the middle feel like they're being discriminated against. To bring people in the middle over to their side. That's the goal. He's using the same exact techniques the KKK's used for 150 years.
Saying we ought to be judged based on the content of our character, not the color of our skin. He didn't go on to say, and not our sexual proclivities and all the other things. But what an embarrassment. What more should we expect from Gavin Newsom and the left? This is exactly what Joe Biden did when he chose Kamala Harris. It didn't have anything to do with her qualifications, which is obvious.
That's not obvious. She's been in government for a long time. She was a federal prosecutor, wasn't she, or something for a while? She's extremely qualified. Kamala Harris is. Notice he keeps pronouncing her name wrong, too.
It had everything to do with her color of skin and her sex organs. So it's an embarrassment, but it's the end result of leftism and Marxism. And that's why we have to defeat them. And that's why people watch Flashpoint, is to learn how to defeat them, not just to complain. We're going to take the actions necessary to bring back.
These people are psychotic, dude.
Biblical
That's
civics
right.
in this country.
Amen. So if you're not watching, if you're not a part, if you haven't gone through the biblical civics course, we'll put that.
That's going to be a no from me, dog. If you're unfamiliar, biblical civics, it's this far-right extremist thing that you can sign up for, and it's like courses to learn to be a Christian nationalist, basically.
Website up there with Rick. We've been watching him. He's doing a live on Monday night.
Yeah, now I guess it's shout-outs for everybody else. Anyway, these people are psychotic, dude. Seriously. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. This is insane. And ultimately, this is Trump's position on stuff, because these people are Trumpist extremists. So if you ever wondered what Trump's positions were on any of this stuff, I'm pretty confident these people communicate with his media people to make sure they're sending out the right message about him. Let me know what you think about this in the comments. This is just nuts, dude. All right, sweet. Well, tell you what, I got a doctor's appointment in a minute, so I'm going to have to hop off of here. You're a legit political commentator. I'm impressed with your insight. Thank you so much, Billy Boy Blue. I appreciate that. Glad you like my stuff, and I'm sorry it took me 30 minutes to hit it this time. Jeez. Alexa, stop. I try. Yeah, I guess I've been doing it for like 8-9 years now, and I've been doing my best. So glad you like my stuff, and I'm glad you're here. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm out. I will see you guys tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, okay? All right, have a good one, everybody.